Bow chicka wow wow.
Bow chicka wow wow. Where are the sound effects that Matt has when we need them?
What were you on about? Best I can do is
I will send you to Jesus.
Oh yes! That's an emotional damage. I will send you to Jesus.
That was a pretty good opening.
That was
Yeah.
So the real question is, do I need to be doing the planning for rebuilding Phandelver?
I thought you were doing that.
I haven't done week 10. Because we're not in week 10, technically.
We're about to be in week 10.
Yeah, we're about to skip week 10.
Well, I mean, you can for once actually show them what you're doing. I think that would be interesting.
That's ridiculous.
Because I'm going to take this session very slowly and basically enjoy the downtime and just talking about the information you're finding.
Yep, sounds good.
Because it's a very nice, sunny, chill day.
Sure is. Where did we get up to?
But yeah, we're complete. So let's repeat the question. How is everyone doing?
Alive.
Great.
Okay.
Yes.
Didn't have a great set Friday, but pretty okay.
I live in nothing but Warhammer boxes and despair.
Ooh, okay, what a combo.
Is this now a bad moment to ask you, Matt, if you have finally primed our menace?
You can ask. You may not get the answer you're looking for, though.
So about those downtime activities I didn't fill in.
Too busy painting minis.
To be fair, I am not in a particular rush because we're actually skipping Rollmaster next week entirely because it was like, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to record
it. It was a delightful experience, full of wonders and joys you have never experienced before.
Well,
I've got like worse. I've got like 8 days, 7 or 8 days until my courseworks are due, and then that's me. And then
that's
I have an exam on the 29th.
We're gonna be on vacation starting end of next week, and like I'm literally I'm begging for vacation at the moment. I'm so bright dead, you guys. But it was basically next week. Next weekend was either like I was like I'm either doing one or the other. I can't do both. And Chris was like, I'd rather do D&D, and I was like, okay, awesome, we're doing D&D. But we're not going to be doing D&D on
Easter
on the Easter weekend.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Also on the 20th, because I assume Lena, you're going to be with your family anyway.
What? Sorry, brain.
20th of April.
20th of April.
Yeah.
It's Easter Sunday.
Yeah, it's Easter Sunday, so I assume you're going to be with family because you always are with your family. Lena is like, am I? Maybe.
That's a good question. Yeah.
This is news to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're there for Christmas, so I assume you're also there for Easter. I don't know.
I think you went. You went last year, which I think is where the comparison's being drawn from. But if you're not going and people do want to play,
let me know. Yeah.
It's not in my priorities, to be honest. We aren't really Easter people.
Okay. Well, fair. Abel, are you doing anything with family? Is it a priority for your girlfriend? Maybe, I don't know. I know how Catholic
she is. Yeah, definitely very.
Couldn't tell if that was real or sarcasm. Yeah, no, I was struggling then too, actually.
Wow, you was a British. Couldn't tell. Yeah, what's the sarcasm, Abel?
That was a very definite yes on the sarcasm.
Right.
I mean, if I heard it, then you guys really gonna shop me ears.
I think that's just evidence of how tired we are. We can't tell if anything's sarcasm
so
anymore.
She's not very Catholic.
So she's not.
No, she is not. But actually, that's a good point. I think because that is we're cleaning a lot because friends of hers are coming over from Colombia, and I think we had the planning to do something that weekend because I do have that Monday off.
Yeah.
Friday maybe as well.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the 20th, right?
Okay, yeah. Then let's skip that one.
I'll put it in the AFK dates.
Yeah. And that's fine. That's gonna be my 1 weekend break then for April, and which is great because
sorry.
What? Yeah.
Oh, and I was gonna say I have another one coming up in June, but that's way ahead. So
that's way ahead. Yeah.
You can always throw it in the AFK dates anyway.
Yeah. Throw it in the AFK dates. Because
it's
we're gonna also probably do 1 weekend in May around our vacation as well.
Mm.
It's gonna be probably the 25th of May because this is where our vacation starts.
Yep.
It's gonna be May.
There's a definite Sunday in May because we're probably going.
Oh yeah, so it's gonna be one or the other. So it's gonna be.
Right now, I think it's the 25th of May, but we'll let you know.
Yeah. We're waiting,
it's good
for
for me too because
for family to confirm if the family thing is gonna happen on the 18th or the 25th. So we'll let you know.
Yeah. I'm in the same position. Like my little sister's birthdays are on the 20th of May, so I don't know if I'm going on the 18th or the 25th. I still need to hear back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So we might have, if it aligns poorly, we might have actually 2 weeks off on May.
In May.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's what the FK did Shenless for. Should we start remembering what the heck happened 2 weeks ago? Can I not be the one, please?
2 people died. 2 people were revived.
Okay. Can we please?
Big ouchies happened.
Useful than that.
A lot of big ouchies.
There were the grand total of about 11 lingering injuries inflicted upon the party.
How did we get into the situation to begin with? Is you talked to Werets who were like, we were ousted by orcs.
That was the previous session.
Yeah, I know, but that was like the continuation of that.
Yeah. So we started at the temple.
Yeah. In the middle of combat after Alana had ricocheted one guy into a tree.
And looking for a repeat performance.
Ricocheted the other. He managed to catch on, so she didn't quite kill him, but then he fell off, broke his neck, and died anyway. Now the memories are flooding back. I'm so
Lana has come to the conclusion that orcs are just heavy because a 30-foot fall out of a tree kills them.
I mean, a 30-foot fall out of a tree would kill most things, I feel.
Yeah. Maybe.
And he was pretty hurt.
But all that means is I need to learn reverse gravity as soon as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, actually, I have a good combination. If there's flying guys and flying creatures, just say the word. I have some acorns that I can throw in the ground.
Oh my god! Like, are we gonna end up with like the mad version of what was it, Matt? The druid turns himself into a killer whale while we're jumping out of an airship, and then you're doing Misty Step. Was it Misty Step or Dimension? The Dimension Door preserves the momentum. Yeah, Dimension Door forward. At the warlord, at which point you impact it as a killer whale. At like terminal velocity.
And then the druid just pops out a killer whale form because he sustained so much damage. But
the paladin that you were playing, Matt, had this like coming back from death with a burst.
Celestial.
Yeah.
I've got that now.
Yeah, and then basically it was Matt's character riding on top of the killer whale. The killer whale basically impacted the AI. It was super amazing. I still want to see that in some game somewhere.
Yeah. Momentum is a scary thing.
Yeah,
as 2 orcs found out last week.
Just be thankful that I didn't go the artificer route because I feel like I'd have used a lot of momentum gimmicks.
That needs to happen.
Not terrifying at all.
Not terrifying at all. Yeah.
Not terrifying.
But yeah, so you wrap that up by basically using a scroll to teleport back into Neverwinter. You were actually smart about it.
Yeah.
Unlike Critical Role. Pew pew pew.
Yep. Obviously, the person who owned the scroll went through and forewarned them that we were bringing some injuries and some horses.
Yeah.
And that we didn't have another alternative. And
it did help that the scroll used had Alagos' mark on it, so they did know
it announced Lord Alagos' Silver Sword as the portal flared up.
Yeah. And you also, so basically then you all were rushed to the infirmary. Where various things happened. Andy, it took the longest to recover?
4 days, I think, in total for Andy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Alagos was 3.
Yeah. Sure, if you say so.
Because his severed nerve injury was 4 days, but reduced by 1.
That's the stuff I'm leaving to people to remember. So let's start with the calendar updates there. So it was the 30th when you arrived at the hospital and ended the combat, right?
My notes have the 29th of Alesis, us being in...
Okay, I forwarded to the next day because this is like where you guys woke up basically after long rest.
29th of Alesis, the morning, is Ilana doing the morning rounds to check on everyone after surgery.
Okay.
And
doing the
identifying of the items. We arranged to sell the daggers, paid for the medical treatment, and discharged ourselves from the tower because we didn't want to be a nuisance to them. And Kit, I think, made some comment about getting yet another fluffy robe from the Tavern of Fluffy Robes.
Yep. The spa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we kind of didn't decide whether we were staying or leaving Neverwinter at that point.
Well, let's start with... So how did I get on the calendar to the 30th? Did I misclick?
I think you just assumed that 29th was over with us recovering and basically...
Yeah.
Unless I've got my days wrong, I don't know. I've definitely got the afternoon of the 28th was when the final combat with the orcs happened.
Let me double check.
But we kind of glossed over at the end of last session.
Because...
What I do know is, the only thing I have written down dates-wise is that my health stuff is wrapped up by the 3rd.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because the end of the combat was on the 29th. So 30th is you wake up in the hospital, basically.
Then somewhere I lost a day.
Yeah. I'm looking now at the chat.
Yeah, makes sense because 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, with the 29th to the 30th. Yeah, that makes sense with the 4 days that I have remaining.
Okay.
So yeah, you arrived on the 29th and now took a long rest. In the hospital, basically. So it's the morning of
the morning of the 1st of Elene. Is it Elene? No.
No, 30th is the 30th of Alesis when you wake up in the hospital. Or you didn't.
No, you just said the combat happened on the 30th.
No, on the 29th.
Well, the combat is dated the 30th in chat.
No, it isn't. Shadow Strike, Shadow Horror, Alesis 29.
So my notes were right. Yeah, fine.
And then you took a long rest in the hospital.
Yeah.
And some of you were good to go.
We woke up on the 30th.
Yeah. You didn't because you didn't sleep.
Yeah. Ilana just stayed. I mean, that's normal these days, but yeah.
You stayed sitting at on the chair next to Alagos.
Yeah. Basically, like pushed up against the bedside so she could have a hand reached out.
Despite me several times emphasizing
but
it's big enough. You were like, "No, I'm sitting on the uncomfy chair."
She's sitting on the uncomfy chair. The Wizards Academy, they all have comfy chairs.
Before we do the biggie skippy, I need to address one person, Kit. So in response,
rabbit in the headlights.
In response to what I gave you, and then what you replied in PM, the limb effect will be dispelled.
Sweet.
Because please tell. Can you tell the others what was happening?
I think you told.
Did you drink me potions?
Yeah, Kat downed like 3 of them at once, and.
Why did I fucking know that? Why?
One of the effects was that whenever he goes to sleep, her limbs retract into her body
like a turtle.
Like a turtle.
Ew.
That was a curse and has been dispelled.
Has been dispelled. Yeah.
Ew. That's gross as fuck.
Yeah. But not as good as the one that affected another tabaxi we know, Matt, when they went to sleep.
Oh yeah, they went 2D.
They went 2D, basically into a piece of paper. And we actually didn't tell him about it. Because we thought it might get useful at some point, where we all go to sleep and we push him under a door, and then he wakes up on the other side of
the door. Anyway, so as for the assassination attempt, Kid. I find it funnier that she thinks she's immortal.
What?
What the fuck? So another delusion added on top of the magic will kill me thing that thankfully dispelled. Up just.
It did occur to Kid that it might be similar to if somebody casts magic, I'm about to die, right? Because she doesn't really have a memory of somebody trying to kill her. She just has the distinct feeling. Impression. And yes,
so the effect of the drink me potion is the effect that she thinks that there was a murder attempt on her.
Yeah.
No, not a murder attempt. A successful
There was
murder.
an assassination.
That somebody has successfully assassinated her the previous night.
Okay, cool.
So she woke up with this distinctive feeling, which, considering that she is moving and breathing and, everything is chill.
In a hospital ward.
Yeah.
This is very fitting for a cat with her lives.
Yeah. So
are we gonna have a fucking what's it called?
Puss in Boots
moment? Yeah.
Yeah. So
we get the whistling wolf back on by.
Kid, you have heard about these things that cats have 9 lives. So this is to your knowledge the very first time she died, and you're still here. So 8 lives to go.
Functionally immortal, sort.
So I'm leaving you with that.
Yeah, that's definitely the delusion we want the one extremely reckless person in the group to have. Yeah.
Oh, no,
this sets up a really good boss fight against Wolf Death, so I'm
here True.
Great character, by the way. I like the movie, but the character was amazing.
Would.
Oh, come on!
You can't tell me I'm wrong.
Oh no!
So that's
I can still objectify it.
Okay, so who is so Alagos is in the hospital for how many more days?
We've all been discharged because all the surgery and everything's happened.
Yeah, but some of you will take longer to recover, and those people are still in the infirmary.
Yeah, Alagos has 4 days still to go.
Okay.
So the damage was the same as Lena's, I believe.
Okay, so before, so Alagos is not traveling anywhere, basically. For a few more days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ilana would recommend that he go home and stay at home for a few days.
Well,
and then
he will have you come with.
Yes, she does kind of want to return to Phandelver, though.
Without her husband?
There's a practicality to leaving now, yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's 3 days of wasted time that she could be better spent doing something in Phandelver.
Sure. You'll have that conversation with him, I assume?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he will be at his house.
She will obviously come over to get him settled, make sure all his stuff's there, and that he's going to spend a little bit of time with his mom, and she'll impress upon him the fact that he very nearly died. And she's concerned about that. And she wants to make some further preparations in Phandalin to ensure that that kind of thing doesn't happen again.
I'm watching the GIF while Chris is talking.
Mm-hmm.
And imagining every sentence that she's speaking is another bonk.
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 Yeah.
Bonk.
Yeah. Which is fine.
And he will say that he needs to get stronger.
He does. And she wants to help him practice and train to do that. And she's got some spells she thinks that might help in those situations should they happen again.
Yeah.
And she's more than happy to practice kind of combat drills with him and stuff like that to own his skills.
Yeah.
But she does have 2 tasks she wants to accomplish, neither of which are going to happen in Neverwinter.
Yeah. Well, then he will meet you in Phandalin in a few days.
Once Andy's healed, she's doing some research. Travel back with Andy so that you're traveling in numbers.
Around with Andy, basically.
And she's planning to do some research. She would like him to focus on dragons, if at all possible, especially dragons of the Feywild.
Okay, so he's doing a separate research. Okay, then I need you to roll that for me. Okay. Are you putting the extra money into it to get the extra?
What's the extra money? He's got bajillions of money, so yes is the answer.
Lena, you did it recently. Talk Chris for this.
Yeah. The answer is yes. He's got 1,000 platinum.
Oh.
Damn. Okay.
I think he's actually got. Yeah. I think he's got more than that.
Actually. He's trying to spend the money.
Absolutely no trouble. Let me just.
No, don't spend your money. It's like I try.
Yeah. But this is something Alana's impressing upon him, the value of this information in that we all know dragons are powerful beings.
Yeah.
A dragon of the Feywild will probably have knowledge and or means to get us out of the Feywild.
I got your base information here for you. So he has to make an intelligence check. And base price for getting...
Is it just a flat check?
Flat check.
So no proficiency bonus.
His intelligence is plus 1 bonus per 50 gold that you're paying. So up to a +6. But you also have a flat 50 gold fee anyways to do research.
So 350.
Yeah.
350
for the
max. I
max.
believe that he's paying that.
Can he buy the books?
I mean, yeah, that's basically either bribery, that's buying the books. Yeah, that's the cost of that.
Yeah. I think he would probably be like, this will be useful in the future, potentially. We'll add it to our own library. So he'll buy the books.
Depending on your outcome, you get the pieces of lore. So let's see what comes out there.
I feel like books is the one thing Alagos wouldn't scrimp on as well, to be fair.
Well,
because he knows the power of knowledge.
The research is not buying the books themselves. This is just access to the knowledge, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I will say if he's buying the books, that you can add this to your library. That will be... No, that's not it.
Oh, and since he's buying the books especially, but also if he has access to a very great library, he can have advantage. So that's on Shinny if what she decides. But
so he has access to both the Temple of Ogma, presumably, where he's paying these fees, and the Cloak Tower. Does that count?
Yes.
Because I assume
So
he's still
with
technically a
advantage.
member of the Cloak Tower.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. You'll let me know the cost of the books.
3,000 gold.
Yeah.
On top of the 350.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So 6.
But basically, you're adding value to your library in the worth of
3,000 gold.
Yes.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah. So we're adding to your advantage roll of that. Just do another percentile, because if you have a 10% chance of complications.
Yes.
So
Okay.
you do a
I
percentile
love
too.
it when I have responsible players who can help me make my
Yeah,
life easier.
what I do need to do is just make a note that plus 3,000 library value. Because I need to keep track of the library value. So I need to make a intelligence check with advantage.
Plus, yeah,
Plus
intelligence
6.
check with plus 6. Yeah. Wait. Look, intelligence. Well, your character makes an intelligence check, so you can add your intelligence modifier to the plus 6 as well. Yeah, but you don't get
it didn't add the plus 6. So plus 6 is 23.
Yeah, over 20 means you get
And
3 pieces of lore. Over 21 means 3 pieces of lore. You just need to... Yeah, you're fine. Just like me. We're diligent students. We're gonna be fine. No complications.
Okay. So you get 3 pieces of lore.
So he's researching dragons in the Feywild in general. He's also focusing on the one that Alana told him. I think it's a moon dragon, but I'm double checking. Too many sheets, too many things. Ouch.
So, okay. The 3 pieces of lore are...
Hold up. Yep. I assume you're dumping them in Discord, or not?
No, I'm asking you what you want, what the 3 topics are.
He's researching dragons in the Feywild.
Okay, dragons in the Feywild.
Specifically the moon dragon, which Alana has told him she needs the breath of a moon dragon. And I think it's just a moon dragon, but I'm trying to find the bit where you told me. I'm not finding it. The breath of a young moonstone dragon is what she needs. So Feywild dragons, young moonstone dragons, and where we might find one. and everything about Moonstone Dragons, basically. And the other thing she would be interested in is if I assume dragons is the topic, and she can choose for 3 pieces of information about dragons.
Well, I'm choosing, I'm just asking you what the general topic is he is researching, so I know.
Dragons.
Okay.
Dragons in the Feywild.
It's going to take about 10 minutes, so let's continue with the 2 people who are actually going to Phandelver.
Okay.
Yes.
Click.
Just a second.
Click.
Click.
Sounds like you're cutting hair over there, Albert.
Cutting hair?
Yeah, I assume it's your mouse clicking constantly.
No, sorry.
All good.
I'm not gonna lie, that would be a very odd, but I feel like nice sound for a mouse click to sound like.
Actually, yeah.
Hair cutting, scissors, snipping.
Yeah.
Especially if you're slow snipping a bundle of hair like this.
Yeah, the
Very
snipping
nice.
of scissors I find both pleasant and unpleasant at the same time. It's a weird one.
Yeah, like if it's just the scissors, like you're just opening and closing them, nah. But the sound it makes when it actually like
cuts through the hair. Yeah.
Oh, when it cuts for paper, I love that sound.
Oh, for paper is amazing.
Yeah.
Only if you like drag it through like this. That's what I like.
And the sound of fabric scissors cutting through fabric is also very pleasant.
I find fabric scissors to be a bit too clicky because they generally are very heavy duty.
But yeah, anyway, Abo and Elana.
Yes.
So you return. Do you go? I assume you return on the 1st. Basically, spend the 30th.
We spend the 30th talking plans, what people are doing, get everyone set up.
I do a little bit of small item buying on the 30th.
Yeah. The new moon is on the 16th, so we've got 10 days for research and plenty of time to get back.
What did Lion buy?
Mostly just refills of the beads of nourishment and refreshment.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's all good.
And health potions were good as well.
Lana would say don't bother.
Don't bother with health potions?
Unless you're buying greater or better. Normal ones, don't bother.
Are you doing the thing?
All right.
I fucking hate you. Sure.
I sure am doing the thing.
Could have been nice if you've told Andy that 2 weeks ago.
No,
that's what she bought.
She couldn't do it 2 weeks ago.
I didn't have it 2 weeks ago.
Well,
yeah.
Can't help. Yeah.
But from now on,
consider those unbought.
There's no need to purchase regular healing potions anymore.
Sweet.
Alright.
But obviously greater ones in the middle of combat are a good idea because they restore more, obviously.
Do we have access to greater
in Neverwinter? I think we do. In Phandelver, not so much.
Yep. That's what I got answered last time when I asked about it.
Yeah, I think Phandelver can only produce basic healing potions.
Alright, then I will buy some greater instead.
Ilana's just going to buy a couple of magic things from the cloak tower before heading back. A couple of scrolls and some ink.
Yeah, as long as you match the rarity, no problem.
I have one that I will send you, Shania, that I want to buy. It's uncommon, but I will just check to be sure.
Is it an uncommon wondrous?
Yep. Should be fine, right?
I'll see when I see it.
I will see.
Wondrous is slightly
I'll see when
more
I see it. That's
special.
Hashtag deep.
Yep.
Oh, I think they're fine. Yeah, you can have them.
Alrighty.
Especially with Alagos, his contacts and stuff. No problem. What?
It's on the 1st that we're still there.
You leaving on the 1st in the morning, yeah.
Okay, fine. It would have already been shipped at that point. My diadem arrives in Phandelver on the 1st.
Well, I mean, Alagos can pick it up and bring it to you.
No, in Phandelver.
Oh, okay.
Not in Neverwinter.
Okay.
It's been shipped like 2 days prior.
Yeah,
so.
okay.
I was just thinking I could pick it up before leaving, but it's actually already departed at that point. But that's fine.
Alright, I am done importing. Sorry about that.
All good?
Okay. So, you're leaving on the 1st in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check the weather. Still very nice scattered clouds, but mostly clear.
Nice day for a ride.
Yeah. Let's make it back safely.
Mm-hmm. It's a day's journey, isn't it? On horseback? Because it used to be 2.5 on foot, I think.
Well, you're now traveling at
60.
Yeah, that doesn't help me. I need the miles per hour.
6.
It is 6 miles per hour.
Yeah. Whatever the movement is, if it's 30 feet movement, that's 3 miles per hour.
That doesn't help me.
Well, you just take the 0 off.
Honey, you're talking again to me, who's like, you start math, my brain just stops.
Off. Just take the 0 off.
Shut up. So how much for 8 hours of travel? How much is that?
42 miles.
You make it to the intersection between the Tribal Trail and High Road, and then basically.
Yeah, so we'll camp on. There's probably a few people camping there at night, so we'll camp with people just off to the side.
And then it's another.
It's another few hours worth of travel.
4 hours.
Yeah, like have one and
a half days. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll arrive at lunchtime on the 2nd, basically.
Yeah. And clear sky.
It's a nice change.
Yeah, right?
It is the nice time of year.
Well. It'll only get worse the closer you get.
Yeah. And we're officially in Elaint now, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just checking.
So I will say Andy was recovering for 3 days. Alagos roughly.
4 days till the 3rd. So from the 30th on, so 4 days.
So I would say you guys are starting the research on the 4th.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like during the 4 rest days, Andy does a mix between reading that what Alagos gave with the boy, which
and
is
Alagos, you also Alagos' house guest, by the way.
Ooh, nice. That's fancy. I'll try to be like I'm so invested in both reading and painting that I am very much a barely there guest, except for hey,
you still
hi,
have a whole guest room and maids tending to you and bringing you food and
Yeah, that's.
And
this is very conducive to my
And you're having
this is very conducive to healing.
Breakfast in bed, and then like a light lunch, and then you have proper fancy dinner with the family in the evening.
Yeah, this feels very weird, but I'm trying my best to fit in.
Does Andy learn etiquette in the meantime?
She's gonna mimic a lot.
Gonna try.
Wait. She's gonna try.
Is that a tool learning thing or?
But yeah, I think in her awkwardness, she does most of her stuff. Like, yeah, it makes sense that she got a nat 20 on her painting because she's hiding. She's just painting the whole day. This is weird.
A lot better than what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, your feet reducing into your body.
No, it's alright. That's
gone.
That
one's already over. I actually did write down 2 effects of the 3 drink me potions. What's the third one?
He hasn't found out the third one yet. Just like the shadows, they'll show themselves at some opportunity.
Cool. Let's hope this time I'm not gonna even play with your luck.
Giddy shadows, and they can find helpful shadows.
Yeah, just don't look at the cross character sheet because I actually filled in my box.
No worries, we'll not do that.
I'm not going to look at anything.
Nope.
Just double checking what Matt put in the column.
Somebody's going for gourmand next, by the sounds of it.
Oh boy.
So, Kit, are you staying in Neverwinter then, along with the others? Okay.
Oh, by the way, before you guys departed on the 1st, did we decide on if we're gonna meet back up to start, like after everything in Phandelver or in Neverwinter? Did we decide on that?
If you're only starting research on the 4th, it's 10 days. You've got 2 days to get to Phandelver.
Yeah, that wouldn't really work out.
Which is going to be a struggle. So...
Yeah.
I would say we probably arranged to meet at the crossroads south of the Neverwinter Wood on the evening of the 15th. So basically you'll finish research on the 14th and then immediately leave on the morning of the 15th to get to the crossroads by nightfall.
Makes sense.
We can actually, just a suggestion, as a meeting place, wasn't like Tiny somewhere over here?
What?
Wasn't who where?
Tiny's over here. Tiny's over here.
Did you turn off the icons again?
I did turn off the icons. There you go.
There you see it now.
My memory. We can meet on the crossroads, but we can also meet kind of equidistant from each other, and then have that as the meeting point.
Ooh.
Everyone should know the way there.
Yeah.
And it is it doesn't really matter for proximity for the Neverwinter Wood.
Yeah, look, both are pretty good.
So you're meeting up at Tiny?
Yeah.
I think that's
very nostalgic, yeah.
That's very nostalgic,
I approve of that.
That's 10...
Yeah.
20...
25.
It's a few hours,
it's like
right?
35, so that should be like easily done.
Yeah. Well, it's still 7 hours of riding.
Well, can we figure out the in-between downtime first?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, you two arrive. I have a few checks here.
Okay.
So there were multiple things. So you wanted to forge a sustainable alliance between Phandelver and the Were-Rats, redirecting them from raiding to protection and establishing mechanisms for the control of lycanthropy, civic integration, and mutual defense. Yeah?
That sums it up.
Yep.
Yep.
Lion's leading on it, but yep.
Is Ilana helping him with that?
Yes, in so much as she can, but she has some things to do which require her full attention before that.
Okay, so what are you doing? But let's start with Ilana. What are you doing?
She wants to enchant the moonsicle.
Okay.
Ew.
So that should the problem with the were-rats go south, you have an enchanted weapon.
Okay, so did you figure out how long it will take you?
No, because it's...
You have the price.
It's a bunch of... I've already paid all the money.
Do you know... Yeah, for the item itself.
For the item and the formula. Yeah. And we said that it was just a gold cost for the rest of the materials, which I would pay when we did it.
But I still need the total cost to determine how long it will take you to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, a moon sickle.
What rarity is the item anyway?
It's uncommon.
So the wizard can help you.
So the wizard can help, and so can Lion.
Yeah, I think he should probably, maybe.
Yeah. That was the general idea.
That was the original plan.
The cost of it is... not in that one. I think it was the same magic prices one. Which has taken this moment to decide not to open.
Yeah, take your time. I'm opening up the proficiency for the wizard.
Wizard lizard.
Wizard lizard, yeah.
The wizard lizard, yeah.
You are a lizard, Harry. I'm funny.
I can see that gif. I tell you what, it is a lovely day outside.
Sure is, yeah. So a +1 weapon is considered uncommon in general. And so is a moon sickle, so price-wise, presumably the same.
Yeah.
So it's 1,000 gold.
Okay, cool. So,
however, we have a magical laboratory which halves the cost of the construction.
Yeah, so 500.
Yes. The moon sickle was 150 and the formula was 50.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking.
So I still need to pay 300.
Yeah, okay.
In total.
But
from a gold cost perspective. So that's fine. I'll deduct the golds.
So I need an Arcana check from Lion.
Oh boy.
Don't muck it up.
That's stretched over multiple days, right? So it cannot enhance ability.
No, you can't enhance ability.
Just straight up.
Just straight up.
Okay.
I'm Arcana. Straight up.
Straight up Arcana.
By the way, guys, are you doing this in the mine?
In the mine? I figure it will involve some of that over the course of some days.
Yeah.
So yes, we will do that. But we also have the magical laboratory by us too.
Yeah, I find
capable of doing it.
Considering which item you're enchanting, I find that going to the mine is
thematic.
Because this is what you're gonna build. Like you're gonna create.
Yeah.
A druid.
We're gonna create a druid grove there, yeah. So it only makes sense for the moon sickle.
I also need Elana to roll an Arcana check. Straight.
Nope. Fluffed it.
Woof.
So why does this music sound familiar?
I don't know, I muted it because it was too loud again.
Because it's from the what is it? The Larian games, the two other ones.
Divinity.
Oh.
Divinity. Yep. Okay, so you guys are accomplishing 185 gold per day worth of work.
Enchanting. And we only need to get to 500, so it's going to take 3 days.
500...
3 days.
Yeah, 3 days. It will take you 3 days.
Yep. Is now a bad time to say we would also have taken the bag of colding from Matt, because I think Kit's got the bag of colding right now with the materials.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're gonna leave the Gauntlets of Ogre Power creation to the wizard.
Okay.
Because it's uncommon and we've got the materials and the blueprints and everything.
Let me roll for that.
And the idea is he's going to craft them and sell them. We'll sell them to Neverwinter, to our contact.
How much are the Ogre Power stuff? How much does it cost?
8,000, so 4,000 with the lab, because they're still just...
It will take him 50 days.
Yeah, I know. And that's fine. So he's just to make those
just
outside
make a note somewhere, please.
Yeah.
But basically, it takes you guys, what did I say? How many
3 days?
3 days. So let me forward 3 days. What did I fucking do?
I would think that we'd probably regroup, gather ourselves, spend time talking to family, friends, etc. on the 2nd. So we'd only start enchanting on the 3rd.
Okay, so 3, 4, 5 is you are doing enchanting.
So we're finished at the end of the 5th.
Yeah.
That's the weather in Phandelver during that time.
Good day to be inside on the 1st.
No, I want to note the massive drop in temperature.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, it's near freezing. The crops are going to get ruined because they're going to get frost overnight.
Nah, it's still too warm for frost.
Yeah, it is up north. You were responsible for making up the mage, weren't you, Matt? As an NPC.
Yes.
We'll go with yes.
What was their name?
It's in the NPC thing.
I know, but I'm asking Matt.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Where is?
And it's in...
I always look at the wrong one first. I always look at the actors tab first.
Where is he? I have the Phandelver named NPCs, but
yeah.
No, it's in journal. You guys always go to you have to go to journal, then Phandelver, then they have named NPCs.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah. No, I thought that because it says named NPCs.
Roland Featherscar.
Yeah, I thought because it says named NPCs, I didn't actually click on it. I thought the bunch of stuff below.
I thought the stuff below was part of named NPCs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fine.
No, I have the actor folder where I'm putting the actual tokens.
No, I was on the right one. It's just I didn't realize named NPCs was a folder you could click. I thought the other entries below, Phandelver and Dabra's Apothecary, were part of that, like Matt said.
Yeah. Forgot I he's an enchanter of the basement dwelling subtype.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Oh boy.
And he despises mushrooms.
I forgot to upload his picture.
Yeah.
What's his name again?
Roland
Featherscar.
Yeah.
Roland.
He bleaches his hair, which is already dirty blonde.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I have to go find the pictures again and upload them properly. Because sorry for forgetting that.
It's all right. He has a very enchantery look to him.
Yeah.
We all know what that means.
Yeah.
Meaning he doesn't see the sun, right? Gotcha.
Yeah, with those eye bags, yeah.
100%. Yep.
Yeah.
So what I would say, Lion, is you probably need to delete the moon sickle off your sheet, and then, except it's got some custom text and stuff in it, I think.
I will copy over the text that's in it.
And then import a proper moon sickle +1. Which you will find your spells suddenly a lot better.
So delete this.
Delete this now.
Yes. And then import just a moon sickle +1.
Yep. That's essentially what we've enchanted.
Probably have to do something with my folders because it doesn't show me.
You might have the...
It's +1 moon sickle, maybe. Might not like it in the wrong order.
No. I had it filtered on no achievement required.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it didn't show up.
Yep. Cool.
And then I will edit the text. And we'll actually see what it does. Ooh.
Can you calculate what date the Gauntlets of Overpower will be done?
Yes. Is he starting that immediately on the
6th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, Lion will thank Ilana profusely with this beautiful gift.
The idea over time is to refine and improve it as well. So as we come across better materials.
I also need to make some rolls because you guys have made it to Phandelver. Give me a second.
Has the town been wiped out yet?
Yes.
Rip.
Okay, let's see. So this is the day you arrive in Phandelver. Which means a few hours or like the next morning you will receive message that the dragon has flown over the loggers camp, which is very close to Phandelver.
Love that. Good for them. Good for them.
He's circling.
Ooh. Ooh. Me no likey.
It's alright, I still got 8 lives.
Yes.
Yeah, you do. I mean, do you know you have 8 lives? You could be on 7. Who knows?
Could be on his last one. Probably.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. If I think I'm on 8 lives,
then
but really I'm only on 4.
Yeah, we had you a visit from the wolf. We had you.
Yep. Hey, you know what? I'll fight him too.
I mean,
why not?
If there ever is a wolf death, I would. Throw me at him. That's my second. That's my second. Fucking what's it called?
He does have baller as sickles as well. So
yeah.
Pretty cool. Wait.
Like it's Andy's crushes are like unattainable beings of unimaginable power. Yeah.
You know what? It's fair.
So, on the way back from the Wave-Echo Cavern, when you were done enchanting, which was the afternoon of the 5th.
Yep.
You're kind of riding along. You know, you have the wizard in tow. You're kind of going slow because he's on a donkey. Narcillion. You see in the distance, kind of emerging from the forest or the trees, and stepping kind of onto the path, a very familiar figure. Melvir.
Oh. yeah, I will. From like not right up to him, super close, but unmount the horse, and I will just before I go, we'll look at Ilana and the wizards. Like, but you can come with, but I'm just gonna.
You go on. I'll hold the horse's reins.
Check real quick. Oh, thank you. And we'll unmount, give the horse reins to Ilana, and then walk over to Melvir. Hi. Didn't really expect you here.
The time has come for you to repay your debts. What? He's not very social. He's very blunt.
Yeah. I see. What would that entail?
The beast is circling. I am too slow, and only one man. I have come to realize that I need help.
Where is it circling?
It has grown restless in recent times. It is no longer on Icefire Peak. It flies around and I cannot keep up with it. I have hunted it for a very long time.
Right. Do you think with the help that there is now, it would be enough?
It has to be. I grow old, older still, and weary, and my powers are waning. As I have forsaken the path of the druid, my fire is going out. And as your fire shines bright, I would like to ask for your help to take the revenge that I have tried to take for 100 years now.
A debt owed is a debt that has to be repaid. I will help you. I cannot promise the help of anyone else here. He just looks at Ilana. I will ask. And Lion will go walk back to Ilana.
I assume I was out of earshot.
I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Depends how big are your ears.
Yeah, and whether anyone's shooting. What's up? You look serious.
So the dragon is circling close, and Melvir is calling in his debt to take revenge on the dragon.
Specifically to take revenge on the dragon?
He has been hunting it for a while, yeah.
To kill it?
That's the plan.
But did he say that specifically?
No.
Okay. Dragons are highly intelligent creatures. If he's hunting it to get rid of it, aka push it on somewhere else, or convince it to leave, that's one thing. Asking us to go up against and try to kill the dragon is a completely different ask. So we need to be sure what his intention is.
That's a good point. It's probably better if you come up with me.
Yeah, sure. I assume Melvia is just standing there.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll turn around and head back to Melvia.
Wizard awkwardly holding two horses while sitting on a donkey.
Yeah. Very confused by some weird stranger materializing from the woods.
He's like getting slightly itchy because he's not indoors.
Is he shading under the deepest shade tree possible? Yep, that's fine.
Gotta protect
the hopeless need is like, I don't like it outside.
Yeah, especially in the sunlight. Good grief.
God, I feel that.
At least we know he's not a vampire, so there's that.
Yet.
Yep.
Spawn.
Taking mental notes on that. Thank you for the idea.
You're welcome. So, yeah, obviously Alana will approach and greet him and say it's been a long time.
Nods at you.
So you want... I'm not 100% sure what it is you actually wanted. Do you want us to kill the dragon? Do you want us to move the dragon on?
Ygrimmar must pay for the sins committed.
What sins?
For killing my family when we were vulnerable and only trying to escape.
Given the need to maintain balance, does the reparation have to be violent? Because answering violence with violence usually only results in more violence.
Lion.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a wisdom check with advantage. Wow. Never mind. Moving on.
Oof.
It is a good point. The dragon here is affecting the area around it heavily. Riedolf also entrusted me at some point that the dragon needs to be moved at least.
Yeah.
If not dealt with otherwise.
You seem to know its name. What else do you know about it? Its age.
It's a young beast for its kind.
Rivalries? Something else has moved in to displace it?
I would not know what it is. It is too strong for me to reach the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
It was... Reaching the peak was never an option for me. However, I can sense where it is at all times.
Mm-hmm.
I swore vengeance on it. And that gave me the ability to track. And I will not rest. I will not sleep. I will not eat. Until vengeance has been taken.
And this is the favor you're calling in.
Towards Lion, this is something I will give you, despite the shitty roll, is remember what kind of druid you are.
Mm-hmm. Just killing it and destroying it, it might give you peace, but it's not always the answer. At least that's as much as I've learned from up until now.
Ilana, you make me an Arcana check, please, with advantage. Like I'm pulling the two patrons in the background. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
The bit that he said struck a chord with you. The I do not sleep. I do not eat.
Mm-hmm.
I do not rest. You get like, a familiar thing on the back of your head.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that Melvir, the skin color, the milky eyes,
Mm-hmm.
you dealing with an undead. And from what you have heard, like Lion explain basically the whole druidic thing, that path that he's on, this is very much
against that.
Against.
Yeah.
Roll me both of your history check. Not yet, because if you're sharing anything with Lion, then Lion gets to roll as well. I should have said that. I mean, considering, Melvir is standing right there, so.
In this instant, I don't think there would be the sharing of anything.
Okay, then you roll a history check with advantage.
Except that she would want to try and figure out what sort of undead she's dealing with, because she's obviously dealt with banshees and wights
this
and
is why
spectres.
you're rolling history.
Okay. With advantage, you said?
Yeah.
It's a consistent 22 from me today.
By the way, you had in your rolls.
I have
private.
I have my what?
Your rolls are hidden.
Oh, are they?
From us, at least.
Yeah, because I did one hidden roll earlier whilst trying not to interrupt.
That was
anyone.
your die that I saw.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
It was only a DC check to learn a scroll spell. So
you remember in the discussions with Andy, because the stuff that she read about the Underdark and potential, and there was a section of undead.
Mm-hmm.
The only undead you do know that has this ability to basically come back so aggrieved by the way they died and how wrong they were, they come back as a revenant.
Yeah. And they're pretty strong.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Line, he did say to you that his power is waning, and this single-mindedness that he's pursuing is not in accordance with balance, which would explain why his abilities are failing him. And the fire is leaving. You only know one person you might potentially ask, a person, quote unquote.
I think at this point, Ilana would do what she can to diffuse the situation present in front of her, and merely state that we need to return to Phandelver to regroup with the rest of our comrades. And where can Lion send him an animal messenger?
Yes. Do roll me a persuasion check though with advantage.
Yeah. They are due back in a week, so it may be a week before we send him a message.
He's willing to wait.
Okay. For now, of course.
For now,
we understand the urgency. But we will get back to you as soon as we can. As soon as our comrades are back in
He will
Phandelver.
stay close enough For the animal messenger, basically.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of Ilana wouldn't make anything obvious untoward, except that from their childhood, there was a lot of running around the forest, and at some point they would probably have been scared multiple times on various occasions, where it was a case of like, this is a look for, I want to go home now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And basically give him that look as she's turning to walk to the horses.
Lion will nod to Melvir. We will...
He will tell you that he will be waiting at the camp where he originally taught you.
Yeah, and knows where it is. We will be in contact.
Cool.
And Ilana will be sure to skirt him with some distance, like 10, 12 feet. As she kind of leads around.
Yeah, he's not showing any emotional reactions to that.
Yeah. And then carry on heading back.
But then again, you kind of don't expect him to show emotional reactions, period, full stop.
No, after remembering what I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, you return to Phandelver on the 5th. The evening of the 5th.
And I think that evening Ilana would tell Lion that they need to go for a walk.
Hmm?
Yeah, don't look at me. You can go for a walk.
And it's obviously about Melvir. Some of the things that he said resonated with her for various reasons, but he was quite literal when he was talking about not resting, since this being had killed his family, and the only way to put this is that he's likely not part of the living world anymore. The reason she kept it fairly sensible and to not tell you is that obviously she's fully aware that you are against unnatural orders, particularly undead. But the only being she knows of that would harbour a grudge enough to bring it back from the dead or to keep it undead is a revenant. And I certainly don't know the full capability of what they're capable of, but they are nasty when it comes to... they're not a regular skeleton or zombie.
I mean, at least also what he said, that the fire is leaving him.
He's no longer keeping the balance, likely.
He is not. He's just on this path of collision with this dragon, and that's all that's pushing him.
And I do understand that the dragon has obviously caused havoc and mayhem, but I don't think... I mean, dragons of that nature, white dragons especially, are known to be destructive, kill for sport, that kind of stuff. This one hasn't so far. It's killing cows to feed, it's not killing people, it's not attacking
It's just
cows.
hunting.
It's hunting for food. And I think we may be able to, in a number of moves, we all know we're heading back to the Feywild. I have a particular task in the Feywild to kind of disband the hags effectively and restore Tasha to her place in control of the pocket. Archfey are immensely powerful, such that they may be able to create a domain for the white dragon to thrive in, where it doesn't harm anything else and can happily hunt all its days. it might be willing to take such an offer for safety instead of being hunted and pushed out of its home all the time. It's
but if
option.
if it's alive somewhere, Melvir will not find rest.
If you tell Radoth about Melvir, he will charge you with Melvir's destruction.
He would. But destruction... do you know of any other way to push this revenant from its path that it can find?
Yes, to solve the reason it's still undead. But this is not like Agatha. This is not a happy resolution, whichever way you look at it.
Do me an intelligence check with advantage, Alana.
And the likelihood is the destruction of the dragon wouldn't stop him from being undead.
History check with advantage, sorry. There's proficiency will factor in.
I'm not proficient in history.
Okay, yeah.
So do you want advantage or no?
Yes, advantage.
Okay, 21.
Yeah. So, because you remember perfectly what he said.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Iemrith needs to be made to pay for what he has done.
Yep.
It's very specific phrasing.
Yep. Which is why she asked if the payment had to be violence.
Well, I mean, he didn't say that.
You didn't.
You didn't ask him, you asked Lion that, so...
Yeah. And it might just be, it could be reparations to set Melvir to rest. He didn't say it had to be violence. There was an implication of it, but...
If the dragon killed his family, what would be a repatriation for that?
I don't know, but violence doesn't solve more violence. At the end of the day, putting his family to rest, potentially. We don't know the circumstances of what happened, only that Melvir's holding a grudge big enough to keep him undead.
He is waiting at his camp.
Yeah.
We could go there and further, but I'm not sure if that would be smart with just the two of us. I don't know.
Definitely not. I don't want to be anywhere near him, if I'm honest. Though I have strong inclinations to remove undead where I find them too. They're an affront to essentially everything.
Yes, I do agree, but I'm just trying to find if there's a way to
diplomatic, yeah, of course.
Diplomatic that he would, maybe that's another question, would just outright destroying Melvir, would that put him to rest, or is that what would be his fate?
The problem is it's a tough question. Would killing the dragon solve his problem? Likely. But I would choose to fight him sooner than I would choose to fight a young white dragon. Even a young white dragon is dangerous. Revenants are dangerous too. But I would still choose the Revenant over the Dragon, without fail.
However, Lion, he used to be a druid of wildfire. So it stands to reason that he used to have a totem spirit of his own. And you have someone else you could consult.
Yeah. Yeah, I will use just to produce flame and the cold to call him dog. And I will first update him about what happened.
Where are you guys? Are you still having a walkie, right?
Just a walk, yeah.
Probably along the riverside.
Yeah.
Out of town, so out of earshot of anyone at least.
So, unlike his usual, flippant, funny self, he will actually be serious on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna argue it out. Just giving you the rundown. But basically, he will say that yes, he lost touch to Melvir a long time ago.
Dog lost touch to Melvir.
Yes. Because Melvir was consumed by the fire of vengeance. And that is not in line with what dog stands for. Because fire is destructive, yes, but it is a cycle of regeneration.
Yeah.
And the flames that Melvir pursues are flames of destruction. And only destruction. But the flame burns in him yet. It may be rekindled to make him remember the cycle. And that's all he's going to tell you. As in, you have been taught the ways of the journey.
Mm-hmm.
It is time for the pupil to become the teacher.
Okay.
So, I gave you Alagos's research in the meantime. Mind you, you don't get this result until they're back from winter.
Fine. Alagos does and enthusiastically shares it with Andy.
I mean,
he was too busy painting. But he enthusiastically shares it with Andy all the same.
I will.
No, since they're doing the research at the same time, I believe there would be a lot of exchange. So Andy would do the same, give Alagos the same rundown on her research.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Okay.
Woohoo on being nerds.
Yeah. Been a while since he's been allowed to sit in the library and research, so I figured he's quite enthusiastic about sharing it.
There you go.
Look at this interesting fact I just found out.
Here's the link from Lena's research.
Cool.
Oh, this correlates with this interesting fact I know.
Anyway, there was other stuff that you guys needed to get done on top of Melvir. So after this conversation...
Yes. Whereats.
Right.
So. Now we can deal with whereats.
Do you want to see what the dragon's name is spelled, by the way?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the I at the beginning of the name is pronounced like an E. Yeah. E Yimrith.
Losing track of where I am. Cool. I think returning on the 5th, we'd usher the wizard back to the cavern so he can resume his basement dwelling.
Yeah.
And then...
Which he will happily do.
Give him the Gauntlets of Ogre Power, which he'll gentle repose. Ask the blacksmith to make some gauntlets, effectively.
Yeah.
To be enchanted. And then he can begin his work on preparation and enchanting Gauntlets of Ogre Power.
Yeah.
And leave him to it, and he'll be done in a while. And then turn to Lion and ask what we're doing about the were-rats. In the meantime, do we want to tell the prospector in town that the orcs have been cleared?
I mean, that's the...
Do you just want to send an animal messenger to the were-rats?
No, I think it would be best to go to the were-rat because we do need to show them the helmet. That was part of the deal that we made with them.
Sure.
And we can tell the prospector that mine is cleared when actually the were-rats left.
Yeah, and it might take them a few days to leave anyway, so...
Yes, we shouldn't rush them out, but
okay.
With the were-rats, I'm wanting to speak with you about it, maybe a couple of the people here in town.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly Darren, Sildar.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would be, because if they just go to the shrine and we told them, well, no banditry on Phandelver, but they're still close to this road, they might harass the other region.
Yeah.
On top of that, if they start spreading the lycanthropy more, this is also not good. So we need to try to persuade them to not do that.
Yeah.
With the banditry, I think if we can convince them that we have resources that we can basically
trade,
hire them to do maybe like scouting things because they would know the area quite well.
Yeah.
It can be an early warning for if there's more orcs coming in or other bandits or something on the roads.
Yeah. I think
the
best thing to offer them is a defensive alliance. They help defend Phandelver, we'll help defend them in the event that orcs come.
Well, I mean, I will say, as you're exchanging and you're giving him counsel and you're kind of like bouncing ideas back and forth, Lion, Roman insight check with advantage.
Jesus Christ.
Scrape to 15.
Okay, well, you basically, Lion, all you can think of is that you do understand their wariness, and that basically it's probably best to appeal to their pragmatism and mutual enemies.
Yeah. The orcs.
Defensive alliance, trade conditions are we both come to each other's defense. You're an early warning system for more stronger dangers in the region. We'll help you kill them. In return, we'll also trade, and you will not spread lycanthropy to anyone who is not willing.
To anyone that's not willing, yeah, and if it needs to be, then if there's other bandits, that might be their source.
Yeah, 100%.
They need to replenish their numbers, but in a way that they don't, because if they become too big of an issue, then likely the Emerald Enclave will...
Well, Are you guys discussing this with Sildar and
Sildar, Darren, and Sister Gariel?
Elana, roll me a investigation check with advantage.
Investigation. Something else I'm not proficient in.
I will double this up with a check from Sildar and Darren. Basically making this a group check. That's Darren.
Yeah, Darren's good.
Oh, that was not even with advantage. Oh, wait.
Doesn't need it. Judging by the looks of it.
Yeah. And Sildar. Okay. I would say as a group check that is successful. So basically, among the three of you, you manage to come up with a contract, like a compact, that includes contingencies for magical detection, monthly lycanthropy screenings, integration clauses for hybrid families, and even a clause for Varets to sit on the Mirror Town Council as liaisons, maybe potentially, if they're interested in that. Like to have like a representative, the leader be a
representative, yeah.
Right. This is like what they suggest from Phandelver's perspective, but if they're gonna stay and basically maintain Conyberry, Sildar sees it as their own functioning town. And as long as the leader can maintain it as a functioning legal town between Tribor and Phandelver, they would then recognize the leader as a functional mayor, basically. And form an alliance in that sense. So basically leave them to govern the trade route of the Tribor Trail. If they keep it safe from bandits, because they are the legal, they will have to join the Lord's Alliance as a town. But
that comes with their own protections.
Comes with the protections, but it also comes with the privilege that they are then the one enforcing the law in Conyberry, and therefore they got jurisdiction over the bandits.
Yeah.
So this is what Phandelver is offering from their side.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
So with all of that, I assume you will go with dude. Forgot his name now.
The prospector.
Cowboy guy. Yeah, the prospector.
Yeah.
You go back to the Varets, I assume.
Donjon,
yeah. How the fuck did I forget that? Donjon
Raskin.
So let's make this another group check, shall we?
Sure.
With the way I've been rolling, please.
Mine haven't been better. Mine have been up and down.
The highest one was the Arcana, so that should tell you something.
Yeah.
So, Elana...
You're just really interested in magic. What can I say?
Apparently.
And I was really interested in history.
Give me a second. Elana, Narcillian, and Donjon.
If you're doing a group check thing, don't forget that sometimes it fucks.
Yeah, so you guys roll one person at a time, basically.
What are we rolling?
Yeah.
Persuasion.
Yeah, wait. You were about to see.
Oh, okay, you're doing the group check anyway.
Yeah.
Persuasion check.
About this one,
no actors.
Can I, before we go in, enhance ability myself?
Yes.
Cheap. But Elana will use the same trick as well.
Okay, so you guys roll with advantage. Can I roll as Donjon first?
Yep. The actors list for me is blank, by the way, so...
What?
Just shows you no actors.
The
But it does
fuck?
show the actors to me.
Yeah, it's bugged out.
Damn, Donjon did really good with a 23.
No, okay,
Did he?
so
I didn't even see
just
that roll.
roll a persuasion with advantage.
Like, I'm disconnected, I think, because...
Oh yeah, you might be disconnected.
I'll refresh, see... Yeah, you've lost connection with the server.
Yeah. Well, then, Narcillian, you roll next with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Downloading world data about 55 times.
Eh?
Now where's the second dice?
No, that's
it was
strange.
a 4 and
because,
a 2.
I
on
saw
the
a
dice-
19.
Yeah, on the dice it showed 19.
Yeah.
I don't want to click the checks in the the window anymore.
Yeah,
God damn
fair.
it. I should just roll it's everything. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. A 4
Well.
and a
Well,
2.
It.
That's a 19 again. Yeah. Dice are fucked again.
dice effect again. I rolled an 18 and a 4.
That might just be the 3D dice thing that's showing it wrong, by the way.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
could be.
Okay. Cool.
It's all a conspiracy theory.
Yep.
The rats do continue negotiations quite like she's tough,
Mm-hmm.
right? And also I did get her a picture in the meantime. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's here.
What? No, a humanoid picture.
Oh, humanoid picture.
Yeah. Give me a second. Encounters. Mountain Trail. That's what she looks like in her human form.
Wood.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mood.
Wood.
Mood.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
No, not mood. Wood.
Yeah, I know. I'm a mood to your wood.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So she's a top negotiator.
Mm-hmm.
She reluctantly agrees. So you're not having like an enthusiastic, loyal fan.
Yeah, of course.
But the idea of having the Lord's Alliance behind Werets and actually in support of them, and that they're like free to do with the bandits,
Mm-hmm.
and like
Obviously, they've got to maintain
Yeah.
no banditry along the road, but
Mm-hmm.
and I'm letting you two independently roll me an insight check.
yeah.
Come on.
Just normal.
Just normal. So Ilana, you pick up on it.
Do I? I didn't
Yes.
see my dice roll.
What? There's a 22.
Yeah, great. Okay. Is it? Doesn't tell me that.
Yeah, I can see it. It's a 22.
Okay, super. I think I just lost connection. I think the
Yeah.
Forge is having trouble.
Okay, well. Basically what your lifted roll is that what they actually wary of, more than hunger, is that they fear extermination.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Being wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
They're very tight-knit. It's basically a case of found family. They're very working, and like this appeals to them that they can continue existing, don't have to fear being hunted down.
Mm-hmm.
So the security and contract does appeal to her greatly.
Uh-huh.
And you know, it has potential to turn them from, okay, we're agreeing to this sort of necessity to turn them into overtime enthusiastic allies.
Yeah, they need to see it working for them.
Yeah.
Of course.
But they are very like, you can see the wariness that they're very wary of, like, okay, we're gonna agree to the Lord's Alliance for now.
Yeah.
But they're wary of, because they have been hunted by, various
people
groups
in the
past. Yeah.
Yeah. The goblins in Phandelver would say the same, so it's of no surprise to me, at least. I think Alana would point that out more to kind of reassure them that things are changing, and groups that might not necessarily have been welcome before are.
And at least for the beginning, she will try to push from her side, and this, I'm leaving this up to you guys, whether you agree to this, for some starter resources to start rebuilding Phandelver. Basically, OC, just give me a monetary thing if you're willing to do that, like how much starting money.
The problem you've got is that Phandelver still needs houses building too, so Phandelver's also rebuilding. I think Alana's perspective would be building materials. Yes, gold, no.
No, I'm telling you, they're asking for building materials, not gold.
So obviously from
OC, just give me a number in like
from that perspective, they can, obviously there's a lumber mill that supplies Phandelver. We can make that accessible as part of the trade with them.
OC, what I'm asking is basically what the starting capital for Phandelver will be based on the resources you are willing to expend.
Yeah, is anyone willing to spend money on Phandelver?
Lion is more than happy.
Again, not money. In game, in character, you're spending lumber.
Yes, but that lumber comes at a cost to Phandelver's economy.
But that's up to you guys, because
Lion is happy to front that cost. I mean, he has that also actually goes to Phandelver if there's he's made aware of a lack there. He has plenty. But in order to establish this relationship, how much did Phandelver need to? So how large is the group of were-rats?
Hang on. As a counter offer, Phandelver would be willing to loan them the material cost, which they pay back over time, and not charge interest on it. We're going to give you 2,000 gold's worth of building material, but over time you need to give us 2,000 gold.
Okay, so she will be like, we'll look at Phandelver and see how much materials they need to repair what's there for now.
2,000 is enough for 2 houses.
No, but they have houses there that just need repair.
Correct.
So basically, the GM is asking, I need to look at the map of Phandelver, count the houses, and do an estimate.
Count the state of repair, and then see what they can fix. But
that will be a thing that Chris and Shitty do of
I assume it's another rebuilding Phandelver sheet now. Super. Yeah.
Maybe not to increase the strain on you guys. Can we simplify that?
Yeah, we'll figure out a way
just say gold cost weeks. That's it, and nothing else.
That's fine. We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
It's more like, I want to figure out, because Thunder Tree at some point will also
start rebuilding. No. And we're not doing anything in depth. It's literally going to be kind of income versus houses, and that's it. Because most of their income will be generated through acquiring bandits' gold.
And taxes. Road taxes,
Road taxes, which is fine. But that way, at least Phandelver doesn't lose out eventually. They'll lose out in the short term, but Phandelver has enough resources to build enough houses for winter.
Okay. Then that's dealt with.
Okay.
Great.
Cool. I would say it took several days, probably back and forth.
More than likely.
So should we say that it roughly coincides with like the 10 days of research? Because I would say this was like similar to carousing.
Yeah.
I already kind of made like the time slot for that, so Lion is definitely spending the time next to the enchanted that they did to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait.
Alana will spend the remaining time just scribing scrolls that she got from the cloak tower.
Okay, so basically you all, by my calculation, should be reconvening on the 15th.
Yeah, so the 14th is the last day of
and then,
research for me and Alagos. Squeezing whatever time to do like extra things like shopping a bit and a bit of physical training that I need to do. But that's beside the research.
In the evenings, but like
Yeah. And then 15th, we're heading out in the morning, I'm guessing, to reconvene at Tiny.
Or you're heading out on the 14th in the afternoon.
Yeah, depends on how the researching thing works.
Yeah.
I want to point out New Moon is on the 16th. Right.
Yeah.
Lion
just
would
didn't
ask
know
Ilana to send a message to the rest of the group, updating them at least about Melvir.
But you're meeting up in Tiny, right? On the 15th, basically.
The evening of the 15th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And Ilana's been keeping Alagos up to date because she's sending him messages constantly. So most of what you guys were privy to just now is stuff that you know about because Alagos would have... What button did I just press on that?
Ignore the D that I'm putting in between. It's just I'm forcing the chat.
Ilana can't ignore the Ds.
Weather.
Okay, I'm not making. That's low-lying fruit. I'm not making the joke.
Matt woke up at least.
Yeah.
That's alright. I've been using this time to
catch up.
Try and not catch up. Get some images prepared.
Oh boy.
Are they AI generated images of Kit downing some drink me potions by any chance?
No.
No. Okay.
Almost.
Please don't be torrential. Please don't be torrential. Hey! Meeting day were clear.
It is cooler than usual, though, for this time of year.
Water on the roads, but
okay.
Not too bad.
I do have a final thing. Sorry, yeah?
No, I was just going to ask because this is also in the same. A week is a 10-day, right?
Yeah.
So this will also be around and the same day to meet with Melvin.
Yeah. That was the next thing I was going to ask. Like, so basically, within those 10 days of like going back with the whereats, with the town, blah blah. Do you? I assume you go.
Alagos has been relaying. No, we're not going to Melvir.
Okay.
We said we would send him a messenger.
Yeah, what are you sending him?
I do have some ideas, and they are kind of just made up right now here on the spot. So the thing that Lion would try to do with Melvir is to, if the place where his family perished, is that close or not?
Don't know.
Did you go and ask
That's
him?
something. Yes.
He doesn't remember.
He doesn't remember.
It was
It's been 100 years.
Yeah.
Then,
he remembers that they were running the night when the orcs came. So you will get like a very visceral description of his final moments because that's seared into his memory.
Yeah.
They were running and he was trying to protect them. And and he, like, basically he was carrying the babe, and his son was running ahead, followed by his mother, and he kind of like trailed behind them carrying the baby, the younger sister, and they were trying to escape, and then there was the howling sharp sound of like wings, flying at high speed basically, and the roar of orcs, and then he remembers the beast flying overhead and just breathing down, and then the next thing he remembers was this searing anger that caused him basically to react and melt himself out of the ice, only to realize that the babe had died. His wife was still frozen, and he could not see his son anywhere.
But his son lived.
Yeah, I mean, that's the implication, but he doesn't know that, right? He doesn't know that his family line continued for his son.
Lion will focus in on that, and actually he will propose to take him to where his son lived a very long life, in their village, taught them his stories. He will actually hone in on that and take Melvir to Tiny.
Well, I mean, he's not going to follow you now. He's going to be shaken by this.
Yeah. He will do. Well, that's actually. I will then. Lion will spend. Maybe he will go out earlier than Elana, and then go to Melvir to spend that time retelling the stories that Aldabra told them, of all the things that they did together, how he took care of the town.
Would you then go ahead with him, like before you meet up with your friends? But I guess you wrap up the rats, and then you basically pack up with Melvir and go to Tiny. He would like to see where his son lived and lived a full life.
A full life. Yeah. And on the way, tell him all the stories that he can remember from Melvir, all the pranks that Elana and him played on him, and the rest with Kit, probably most of the pranks.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
In the end, I would like to go with him to the... Let me see how this goes. Come on, dice.
Hey.
Okay.
Because of what you did, the DC was very low to begin with anyway. With the help of Dog, he will basically ask you to help him build. You know how in the initial thing, like, this time he will help you find the herbs and build a bonfire and build a tent. And this time he will join you. And with the burning fire, he will go basically on a final spirit journey and rekindle the connection to Dog. And he cannot let go of the urge to make the dragon pay. But this payment does not need to be with life. As long as he pays one way or another. And once that is completed, he will then rest, knowing that his son lived a full life. And that his wife and his daughter have been not avenged, but that their deaths have not been pointless. and Dog will basically grant him continued existence with his abilities until that is put to rest.
Yeah.
But whatever is being done needs to be in line with the whole thing of death and rebirth and cycling, right?
Mm-hmm.
It cannot be just destruction.
Yes.
And then Melva will leave before, the rest of the party arrives. Matt.
Yes.
You doing carousing basically for a week before you leave with Alagos and Andy?
Yeah, we're going bar hopping.
Yeah. Please spend. Are you looking for like high class, middle class, upper class contacts, or a mixture?
We'll go for a mixture of upper and middle class.
Okay. Let's just charge you a flat 250 gold, because
250.
250 gold or 25 platinum. Basically, carousing, drinking, paying off, hints, using your contact. The check you're doing is gonna be with advantage.
Sweet.
And it is charisma persuasion.
Oh damn! Persuasion's like the one I don't have.
But you have high charisma, so it's all good.
Yeah, true. Well, I don't actually.
12.
Watch it be a 14. Watch it be.
Nah, it's gonna be a single digit.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because it's a 14.
So you made 3 more contacts. I will come up with something. We can talk about that like off game.
Yeah.
Because basically you're spreading your network of fixers for various things that you can then pull on, So
when the time is right.
Yeah, when the time is right. Yeah. Which can help you, the rest of you guys, when you need specific things, higher magical items, all that crap. Kids' contacts will be quite useful for that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But yeah.
Yeah, while these nerds are reading books, I'm out here nightly drinking.
That's what book smart and street smart is all for,
Cool. Awesome. So that's also resolved. So this brings us actually to current time. Let me actually fast forward the hours to evening. Okay. So you are all coming together. Minus Alagos. You are where you all have started. Of course, it is no longer a thriving tiny village. Vegetation has already started to grow over the houses that have partially, mostly, or entirely burnt down since the attack.
Mm-hmm.
You can see, give it a decade, there will be no trace that Tiny has ever existed, probably. Except for, maybe the stone well. But because most of Tiny has been built out of wooden houses, nature will take its course. And it's already taking its course. But this is where you guys have started. And here you are, months later, with amounts of funds you could have never even dreamed of having, with knowledge and powers that went beyond even Aldabra's stories and Elkan stories. And here you are, continuing as the heirs of the people who left Phandelver 100 years ago. Forging your own story, making your own mark. Ginny, using this as a reminder that like you guys have done this like in a few months, by the way.
Yeah. I think
a lot has changed.
before even going to talk with the others or anything like that, as soon as they arrive, Andy just walks through what's remaining of her family home, through her the fields that she worked on as a child. Like she's just reminiscing. Yeah. And it's hitting her hard how much has changed.
It's basically, over here is where I was hiding during this hide and seek, and here this is where I was digging around in the dirt pretending to do this and that.
Here's a straight up a lot of scratch marks next in the wooden outside of our buildings at the farmhouse, because when Kid tried to learn to climb, like there's a lot.
And it's weird for all of you because partially you have all these like little things that are very familiar to you because you have grown up here. You have spent 2 decades almost of your life here, but at the same time, because of the state it is, because of you having been away, having seen more, having done more, it also looks strange.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like home, but it reminds you of home. It reminds you of where you came from.
Yeah.
I think Alana would head to where we buried people in the graveyard and just bloom some flowers.
Pulling a free run.
Something like that. And then turn and lead a horse back to the rest of the group, probably near the well.
Yeah, where you made camp.
Yeah. And she would, she's not going to be sleeping in any of the houses, even if any of them are habitable.
But Alagos will be basically following you and basically asking questions.
She will answer.
For you to share.
Yeah.
On who did live here and where was your parents' house, and he's not too pushy, but he clearly wants her to share.
Yeah, and she'll share. She'll check how he's doing first of all because they've been parted for a week.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, and obviously
you will get affections.
Excuse him from the rest of the group.
Yeah.
And drag him off somewhere private.
And he's missed you.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously tell him all about the town in as short time as possible because we're on a tight schedule here.
So you guys sit down around the campfire and you have a few hours to exchange information. We're gonna do a short break here, you guys.
Yay!
And then
might actually have time to read all this stuff about dragons.
Wait, I'm gonna buy some of the things I would have picked up in
yes, wise choice.
Makes sense. Yes.
I noticed just to point
to send
out.
Me a list of the stuff you're buying.
Do some inventory management to see if you have anything left in Phandelver that you would have dragged with you.
What?
I tried importing. It wasn't working. I don't know if that's a me thing.
I don't know. Lena just...
I just imported a bit ago.
Yeah, I tried to import a spell, and clicking the 3 dots was just giving me JavaScript errors. So obviously, this is why I think I was losing connection to the server and stuff. I was just getting lots of problems, but it seems resolved now. So
yeah, as long as it works now, yeah. We're back.
Oh, good.
I need to remember where the buy sheet is.
Oh, it's so cute.
You can just open the importer mat and just like deduct the gold cost the buying
manually. Yeah.
The buying thing works well in Phandelver with the sheets, but not with the stuff that you want for Neverwinter.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Shen, about that. I'm trying to get it to look more like the original image.
Yeah.
And it's still generating. It's been generating for
What are you using?
Just ChatGPT.
Okay, fair.
I mean that one I sent you was the first, like, I just told it, hey, change it to this.
Yeah, fair. Well, it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's doing the thing where it merges the ears with the hat.
Yeah, to be fair, in the first one they didn't have visible ears.
Yeah.
And the last one is.
Here's the
Maya started to recolor it actually, and then she stopped and lost
interest.
Lost interest.
I don't blame her.
DC-13. Oh yeah.
back? I assume we're
Not sure Harple's back.
Well,
He was back for a little bit and then he popped off again, I think.
I'll just buy these things. Yeah, there we go.
I lost the party icon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
I don't think it took the gold unless I had a lot of copper.
You probably had a lot of copper.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Do that. So import, add new item. Shit.
I see the horse bought Hewitt's handy spice pouch.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, Dukter has it on him. He's got those He should know how to spice. Yeah. God, I'm imagining that one removing gloves from hooves thing. That fucking shit.
All right. Kit now has Hewitt's handy spice pouch.
That one.
I'm sure Matt will find a way to weaponize that as well.
Yep.
Well,
you can just imagine my horse doing that.
You see, that's why I bought a pound of flour.
Well, a pound of flour honestly doesn't bring you a long way.
No, it
does
doesn't.
if you're trying to find someone who's invisible.
Yeah, for one time, but like still, a pound of flour is not a lot.
A pound of flour for cooking, that's like
one cake.
One medium loaf of bread.
Yeah.
I don't need it to be a lot to make a dust explosion.
Yep.
True. Yes. You can just light it up.
No, it's just there for some meals because I don't know if flour counts as a spice.
That gift, Lena.
No, it's that's what I'm imagining. Flour is not a spice. It is
I mean, I know I'm white, but I'm not that white.
Yeah, base. I forgot the name of that ingredient. Yeah, base ingredient. Yeah.
What show is that from?
Maybe Adventure Time. Don't fucking ask me.
Could be Adventure Time, yeah.
It looks like it.
But like they're like terrifying. The deer like taking the thing off like it's gloves. And it's like I have fingers.
Whenever it's mealtime, just imagine my horse doing that to put the spices in the food. Horrifying.
Horrifying, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had to get the honey.
Yes, very useful. Also has a against wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's antibacterial, I think. What it's yeah.
So it was 1 gold for
1 pound.
a liter of
1
pound.
pint. Yeah, 1 pound.
One pint of runny honey. Oh yeah, actually. Runny honey. two pints of runny honey, I've called it.
I do not like that name.
What, runny honey?
No. No. Straight up. That sounds gross. I would never eat that.
No, it's just honey that's
Any food adjective that is worded by runny. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
yeah, it's
Isn't
just
that the consistency of honey?
Yeah, but not necessarily, but yes. But also
golden honey.
What
That's
would you
better.
call the consistency of honey if not runny? Like, give me an alternative, and then I'll call it that. No, it's like genuinely at the moment, like
No,
it's evades me.
Gloopy honey. You're welcome.
Gloopy is worse.
Oh,
No.
that's rough. That's rough, yeah.
Gloopy
Honey,
runny
honey.
honey is worse.
Yeah. Oh. Yikes. The cuckoo with 2 C's, honey.
Because they're spreadable honey.
It's one of those.
Like,
it's one of those honey bottles that has like a figure on it, and it's just a very thick
spreadable
bed.
honey is very much like a way more creamy texture.
Yeah, it's like the crystallized, or like the if you whipped honey is nice.
Yeah. Basically, that's spreadable honey. It's whipped honey.
Yeah.
But what would you call regular honey? Because
I agree that the consistency is very runny, but runny honey does not sound appetizing if you put it as like a label name.
Yeah, fair. Viscous.
Yeah, that's a word. I agree.
I always
The only thing that
liked
came to mind was glue-like.
I always liked the word viscous because it was very close to vicious.
It is. Well, because honey,
mhm.
when you're putting it on bread or in tea, is great. But if you have to wade through it or somebody pours it on your head, no thanks.
Yeah. Like even removing it from like
Oh no, God.
God forbid your hair. Terrible.
Even stuff like, it was on the handle of your spoon and you touched it.
Yeah. And like even if it touches your countertops or something, like even if you wipe over it at least 3 times, it does not leave. The only thing that's worse than that is if you make like I remember I hated making my own mochi because like water with the starch fucking stuck around after 5 to 10 washes of the countertop because it would just go invisible. I think it's gone and then it dries and it's visible again.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Awful.
Hello, sorry about that.
Hey, no worries.
All good. I've still got a lot of dragon lore to read through yet. So.
Are you still reading?
Still reading. I've been doing like a million
much
other
lore?
things too.
Then we'll give you a minute while you're reading.
Gonna need longer than a minute.
Jesus fucking Christ.
There's a lot of lore here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. Compacting it into something coherent is going to be hard, but when isn't it?
That's fine. Lion is irritating everyone by in the campfire making fire figures.
Ooh, nice. And Annie will actually bring up. So, I picked up the idea from Argus because he gave Kit her birthday present earlier, so I wanted to ask if, in case it is at all helpful in what's coming, should I give you guys yours already?
I honestly had the same thing planned for most of you.
I would say no.
No?
I'll have mine on my birthday.
I will give you yours on your birthday. And Kit and Argus, do you want yours ahead of time?
Argus will politely decline after looking at Ilana. Probably for the same reason.
All right.
We shall not start behaving like we're about to die.
Mm-hmm.
I am not behaving as if we're about to die. I'm giving it up if in case it is helpful. You know.
I think Ilana's response would be, it wouldn't be a birthday present if it wasn't given on the birthday. It would just be a present.
I can see that being very valid, and I just wanted to put it out there. So, Kit, it's your early birthday. Come here.
Kit will 100% take the present early.
Oh, yeah.
So, out of my backpack, I just take out it's a little cube. And, Kit, Shinny, if you could go into my sheet and just in my equipment, drag over the thermal cube. Okay. I guess the very first thing in equipment. So this here is a literal cube of temperature. You can make it hot, you can make it cold. I know you like to curl up, and if you're getting sweaty, you can make it cool.
Where is it?
On my equipment, it's thermal cube. Like just on my inventory sheet. I have it in the very first.
Okay, found it.
Okay.
Matt, I dragged it. It's on the equipment on your sheet, and the equipment tab on the equipment category. It's on the bottom, thermal cube.
Hell yeah!
And deleted it off of Lena's sheet.
All right, thank you.
100%. Gonna use that right now.
I figure it would be at least comfortable.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. We never know what the weather could be like over there, so
yeah.
Might as well be cozy.
Oh, enough dry heat to keep the temperature within 15 feet of it. Oh, so you can...
It's a fair distance.
Yeah.
No, everyone will suffer the temperature that Kate finds comfortable.
I'm sure will.
I am very much used to that.
A sauna in the Lehman's tiny hut.
We're just hotboxing, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would work, because I could just regulate the temperature downwards.
You could, yeah.
You can measure your skill against the cube.
Even it out. It's just over the course of the night. Ilana is the self-regulating time keeping like heater that just adjusts in the middle of the night, getting cooler, it's warming up.
I also want to point out that the RP is not conducive to Chris finishing the reading.
No,
yeah,
eating
sorry.
It's all good.
So it's everyone's touching the thermostat, okay. I also do have, at least for Andy, since it already was your birthday and did already give you a gift, but I actually did.
Why did you give me another one? I would have gotten you done too.
This is just a gift. This is not a birthday gift. This is just a gift, as people have very accurately pointed out.
True, very true, yes.
And I thought it would also probably be useful on our travel, so that's why I want to give it. And he will give you a mug. This looks like a normal mug with a lid on it. So you might see things like, oh, you have your box, you have your mug, your mess kit, right? So but this one, well, if we find a source of water or any other liquid, try to see how much of it fits in it.
Now I'm interested. Yes. Okay.
We can already demonstrate, and then we'll take these 2 water skins. And we'll pour 1 water skin in, which I think is like the same as a mug size. I guess 1 water skin.
Yeah.
Twice. I'm not sure.
How
does a mug convert to a water skin?
5. It's
like if. It's 2 water skins is like your daily water intake.
Okay. Okay, you have to drink 3 liters, otherwise you get headaches. So I will put in like one full water skin.
Oh!
You're literally next to a well. You can literally pull up a bucket and pour.
Oh yeah, amazing. But that water probably has to be boiled first.
No, it's your village well.
But it hasn't been maintained for...
Well, you don't have to maintain it, and you haven't been gone that long.
Right. Then he will do that instead. And just pull up a bucket. Pour it in
At the halfway point of the bucket, and you're like, huh. It keeps going.
Put in another one. Yeah. You can... It does stop at some point, but... the merchant said it should be quite a good amount. And
is it?
I'm sorry.
Is it spill proof, or is it just like and it turns over?
Fortunately,
we
should
Oh god.
Well,
that's why I had the lid made.
Oh, I did not know there was a lid.
Yeah.
Next bucket.
Now your feeties are wet.
Yeah, we got a thermal cube right there.
Socks will dry off.
But no, this is I like this with the cap word
Lid.
for closing
Lid.
it off. Lid.
It's in the chat literally
Yeah.
in brackets with lid.
I figured that if you're walking around and it gets turned upside down by accident, everything gets wet. So I would
That
say
is a very smart thing, yes.
be
And
very
also, if you
careful
set
with it.
something on fire, I'm gonna let it
I mean,
put it out easily.
That's part of the idea.
I like it. It's cute. It's cool. I've never thought of something like this. This is very fun. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
And
will say, for posterity's sake, that you also purchased one of those nets that people use to transport jugs on saddles.
Oh, that's very smart.
Yeah.
Yes. Hindsight me is much smarter than actual me. And kids.
Oh.
And it's actually I think Andy was talking about this. I did buy it during that the Lunar Festival. There was a whole bunch of adventures there, and they were sort of getting supplies, and someone kind of tipped me off on this one. They might have been shady now looking back after it, but I don't know. And he will put a bottle in front of you. So I did try it out a little bit, and I was not quick enough with the stopper. But this should give you and everyone else surrounding a lot of cover. It's very similar to what I used when we were running from the goblin cave that we got flushed out of. If you remember that one.
Please tell me Kit is immediately opening up the stopper and just goes.
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned it because 100% Cat would have probably tried to drink it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
not
God.
drinkable. I mean,
Do you need some water?
I don't think it is.
So we had a sploosh, and then Kit goes "Oh, nice pop!"
And then
Just
Paul
the
starts
fog
billowing out.
into her face and then billowing outwards. Yeah.
No, it's all right. Cat has learned not to just haphazardly open bottles before someone has stopped explaining what the bottle does.
Oh God. Yeah.
I mean, it does stop at some point, right? But
120 feet.
I think yes, it has to
I
stay
think
up.
it maybe stops, and then Kit out pops it open, and thus began the end of the world as the world was covered in mist.
Laia is looking already in the first 2 seconds. He's looking scared because this is as far as he let it go.
It was I think the mug stops at some point, I think this jug stops at some point. I hope.
Yeah, there you go. Two infinite items. But yeah, I figured it would help create a distraction, or if you, well, I think you always find a place to hide, but this should help with that.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Now, how about we have a meal?
Yes.
Well, shortly before that, I assume you guys have been keeping your vials from all the potions you've been drinking.
I don't currently have them on me, but yes, I had around about 8 vials back. Oh no, I do have them on me. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You shouldn't litter. It doesn't.
Yeah. 100%. So if everyone will fill their vials up with well water.
Sure.
Alana will then proceed to... actually, no, you can keep them empty. We'll fill them up from your new magic toy. Your bottomless mug.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to fill that one with water first. It doesn't generate water.
Yeah. So we'll fill the bottomless mug up first. And then Alana will turn it into potions of healing.
Oh, damn.
Do I need to drag and drop the items from your sheets? I will.
Presumably.
I already deleted them from my sheet because the smoking bottle you can import and the bottomless mug is also, I think.
Okay, I'll show you more.
I wrote it down already.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't think I imported that one.
Yeah, no, that one I wrote by hand in the meanwhile.
Ever smoking bottle, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that you can do 8 new healing potions. That's impressive. Is this like
you casting a spell looks like? I'm actually curious.
Well, Alana does have to dip her finger into the bottomless mug.
I hope she washed her hands first.
Of course. She is a lady now, after all. And while she's doing this, she basically draws on very almost druidic nature magic to pull this off.
Yeah, an Arcillium would feel the tingle.
And there's kind of a moment where she's almost kind of got one finger dipped in the bottle, the bottomless mug, and the other hand kind of draws energy up from the earth to infuse it with the power of healing, effectively. And she'll explain what she does once she's finished. She has recently discovered something new, a new trick, provided it's non-magical, which regular healing potions are just herbal remedies, ultimately. She has the ability to transmute liquids. And it's got to be something that she has access to, so she can't just find out about a random poison she's never encountered and transmute it into poison. She would have to have some of that poison on her in order to do it. But she can transmute anything up to 42 gallons of liquid at a time.
Wow,
which is a lot. So, for example, if we decided that we wanted to jump through a 40-gallon deep puddle and she happened to have some honey on her and some people were chasing us, she could transmute it into honey behind them. Good luck trying to jump through a 40-gallon puddle of honey. She could also turn it into oil and then set it on fire, for example.
And you said any, like,
that is awesome.
Any non-magical
any type of
fluid.
liquid.
Yeah. Water, wine, blood, oil, liquor.
That is very useful. It's yeah.
And
if you ever need to...
basic healing potions. So as long as we've got water on us, we can convert it into healing potions.
If this, for example, the water is like, if it's dirty water, can you turn it into clean water?
I will say
turning water into water isn't a transmutation, so you can't do that.
But if you first transmute it into something else and then back into water,
there will still be bits
filled,
of stone in it. So you do want clean water.
Oh, it's good, because I did buy a couple more of those beads of refreshment that can turn liquid
into clean water.
Purify, basically.
Yeah. So obviously, Lena, you now have a 10-gallon bottomless mug of healing.
It's 40 liters of healing potion, by the way.
Yeah, that sounds like that's a lot. But also, does anyone need 8 extra healing potions?
Well, I would say we distribute. I do have another small keg which has up to 8 more healing potions in it. Which I've obviously put together just in case. So I'm keeping 8 healing potions on me as well. It's obviously not for the middle of combat, but for recovery, perhaps in an emergency where it's life-threatening, or afterwards.
Definitely. And I wouldn't mind if we needed to immediately water skins, switch over. Whew, that's a lot. All right. So how's it looking with the division then? I have a lot right now.
How many healing potions do people have? Alana has 2 on her. Alagos,
I have 18.
Alagos, I believe, has none.
Yeah.
I'm just opening up his sheet.
Yeah, I bought 10 prior to knowing this, and then I had 8 empty bottles.
Alagos still has a whole
because of course I keep track.
Effects on him. Do check that, please.
Yeah, the lingering injury is now gone.
Yeah.
I had injuries that were for someone else on me, like the scars from
concentrating.
Kit I had on me.
He's still. I hope those shadows are still with you, Kit, because he's still concentrating on that darkness spell, apparently.
Well, because it doesn't end automatically, guys.
I know. The lingering injury. He still has the depressed scar, though.
Yeah,
which is one of the
write it
effects.
somewhere in his description, basically, or leave one of them.
Yeah, I just left the depressed scar on his. So Alagos has no healing potions, so he would take 2 if there's 2 free.
I got 18, so yeah.
Yeah. So if you can deduct.
Now I have to check how much I used. How many healing potions did I use? I have no fucking clue.
Matt, check.
Yeah, that's why you keep track of this shit. That's why you keep track of this shit.
Didn't keep track of that shit. He didn't litter. He probably responsibly recycled them somewhere else.
Yeah. So I've added 2 to Alagos, so you can deduct 2, Lena.
Will do. Kit, how many do you have? Normal healing potion. No, nothing greater than that. Normal healing potions.
I don't know. Matt is muted. Maybe he's not there.
So he's gone. Okay.
No, I don't have any normal healing potions. I don't think.
How many do you want? I got 16 left.
I'll take a handful.
Yeah, you get 5. Yeah, a handful. You can take 5 easy. I have 11 left. Lion, how many do you need?
We have two of the normal variant.
Will do. Elana, do you need any?
Elana's already got 2, but that leaves you on 9, doesn't it?
9 normal healing potions. I also stocked up on 5 greater ones, along with this ointment, which is also healing plus it gets rid of poison.
Ooh.
So that's more than in case you're poisoned.
Alagos will take 1 more, so that's down to 8, and Elana will take 1 more, so that's
I
down
assume
to 7.
the ogre hand went into the production of the ogre gauntlets.
And the ogre heart, yes.
Okay.
So they were both components, and we said that they would just count as the material cost.
175 gold. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus the formula, which was 50.
Yeah. Okay. Just deleting that out of the bag of clothing.
Yeah.
You still have the spectator stuff. Gross.
We do.
We also have the tongue and the hide.
We do.
Along with the eye stalk and main eye.
Oh well, let me put the tongue into the bag of clothing.
I think the hide's okay. Like, I don't think the hide.
We said the hide was okay, but not the tongue.
Yeah, move the tongue over. Because you guys would have done that.
Yeah.
Just going through my plethora of.
Yeah, I was going through your stuff as well, just to see if you have like healing potions somewhere. Don't forget your iron pot, by the way.
Yeah.
You haven't used it as a hidey thing a single time.
Yeah.
His cauldron.
His cauldron, yeah.
Yeah.
That's because it's.
That's where he sleeps.
I'm not riding on the back of a cart right now. There's nowhere for me to use it as a little roof.
Yep.
But I have the cook's utensils now as well, which also comes with a metal pot.
Yep. The tiny cat's carrying around multiple cauldrons.
One within another. It's stackable cookware.
Stackable cookware, yeah. Sounds fine.
Since we're going over healing stuff, I also have like plenty of healer kit if we need them, which we do in the future. Get like 3 and a third left.
I also want to point out this is like the point where you guys need to exchange knowledge and do your planning.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, knowledge people.
All right. So, I don't know how much I told you guys already about what exactly I was gonna research on, but mainly FAOL stuff. So important detail on the start is hags. Their main weakness, which is well known, is arrogance. Like if you can trick them or make them underestimate you, or like get them into some sort of challenge or scheme, like that's the easiest way to overcome their might. Otherwise, like there's no established all-in weaknesses. Like specific hags have like peculiarities that they don't really like. Like there was a story of one that absolutely despised like violets. So you could just usher away with it. Like it's very individual. Like it would need a lot of either asking around or like observing to find out individual weaknesses outside of arrogance. Yeah. So there's not really much to be gained there on that end. I did look up into some of Prismia itself, like if there's any tales of like well-known inhabitants, denizens. There's lovely for me an enormous talking spider, but seems pretty neutral personality-wise, outside of just being a like. If it, I might for once try to overcome my phobia because that spider apparently has a lot of interesting stories to tell. Yeah. There's also this really cool like. I think Kit, you would enjoy that. Like Kiara, this like court of like frog people, like bullywugs. They like calling each other by titles, so that's just your type of people. Yeah, so they could they're very protective of the land, so we could, if we get to their like side of things, because apparently they're like the whole lords, lady dukes, whatever being their chivalry inclined. If we get on their side, they might be pretty cool to, you know, at least be a safe place to lay down our heads. There's a lot of other things, like, say that, look like rocks. No, not look like rocks, but like speak to rocks. That's very interesting, yes, but not really relevant to us. Like that's a whole clan. Well respected though. Oh, if you guys remember Venom Fang, like I don't know if it his parent, like I don't know if it was his mom or whatever, the Jabberwock. So that's like well-known legendary creature there. So that's might be able some connection there to be built if we ever come across there, or at least if we ever come across a Jabberwock to be like, hey, we know your son. Please be cool with us. Don't, drive us to insanity. Do not listen when you're near the Jabberwock if we do not know already that they're pretty cool with us, because it's gonna drive you insane. This stuff yes. Stuff yes. There's a lot of cool stuff to be found there. Like, it's hard to put it into words. Like, especially because the Feywild is so like wide and varied, and not everything is the same. But I think that's about a gist that I got. Don't know how helpful that was. No more lore drop. Yeah, just very normal Andy rant.
Yeah, you can see Lion is just smiling as Andy's just like going off. It's like, yep.
Business as usual.
Uh-huh.
So you had a lot of interesting stuff too, Alagos. Do you want to talk? You tell them. You have a lot of it. Yeah, you tell them.
Yeah, incidentally, I've still got those books, and I'm still reading them actually as it happens. But the key things that I did research on over the last 10 days were dragons, particularly dragons of the Feywild. Because as we know, dragons are highly intelligent, very capable, typically very magical creatures as well, which the Feywild is obviously a very magical place too. However, the one kind of dragon that I did do a lot of research into is moonstone dragons, which are very much Feywild living dragons. They are a gem variety dragon. They tend to be the neutral dragons, if you like. They're neither evil nor good. As you would expect from a Feywild creature, it likes to play pranks, frolic, play hide and seek with visitors, especially visitors to the Feywild who haven't been there before. But the more important information is that the area around, we all know that dragons obviously lair, and as we've seen around Phandelver, the lairs themselves have an effect on the land around. We've seen that with the storms and the cold and stuff like that near Phandelver. Moonstone dragons have slightly different effects near their lair. Quite often it manifests in illusions and trickery, generally harmless stuff to kind of ward people away from the lair, that kind of stuff. However, the more important, more interesting piece of information is that a moonstone dragon's lair often has the same sort of trickery effects with planar boundaries. And what that means is that to get out of the Feywild, a moonstone dragon's lair area is the best place to head for, because portals linking the Feywild, the ethereal, and even the prime material plane regularly appear near their lair, like ripples you would see in a lake, effectively. And the ripples last as long as the ripples last, and then the gate closes again, so you have a very short window of time to jump back through. They are typically quite easygoing. They're not carnivorous, they're not generally dangerous. Like I said, more trickster, prank playing, curiosity kind of personalities. And as we have no known way guaranteed out of the Feywild once we go in, a Moonstone Dragon's Lair, I think, is our best bet. The dragon themselves can, to some degree, affect the planar portals appearing around their lair too. So if we were to find one, we may be able to convince it to help us open up a planar portal back to somewhere on the Sword Coast. Wouldn't necessarily be somewhere relevant for us or helpful, but obviously it would be a way back. Other than that, generally speaking, they're just the usual kind of stuff you'd expect. You generally only encounter them in the Feywild. As far as description goes, it's kind of very difficult to pin down a description, but they're largely considered to have very silvery scales. They do not appear in direct sunlight because they are moon dragons. Ultimately, they prefer the moonlight, and they prefer any kind of situation where you'd expect moonlight to be, like an open glade in a forest. They're regularly in that sort of terrain, just basking in the moonlight and enjoying it. But when they're in direct moonlight, their scales shimmer between silver and blue, as if to reflect the moonlight itself. As far as features go, they can also have hair manes like that of a lion, which is a bit of a comical sight. But yeah, they're generally reasonable and can be reasoned with. Ultimately, it was a good thing for Ilana to ask me to look into these, because Ilana needs the breath of one.
Oh.
Okay.
Is this something that can be granted and like bottled, or is it more like a magical granting?
Don't know. Ultimately, yeah. At the end of the day, she needs the breath of a Moonstone Dragon, and Ilana will pipe up at that point to point out that yes, she does. It's for the creation of the item she wants to create for herself, which is essentially a diadem of wisdom. So much.
Then we for sure have to do that, yeah.
Much like the gauntlets of ogre power that we were going to craft for you, Andy, though we've somewhat been lucky with finding a slightly better belt in the meantime.
Still was very appreciative of a thought, yes.
Yeah. So the gauntlets, the mage in the tower is making the gauntlets of ogre power. The idea is that we'll sell them to our contact in Neverwinter and use that money potentially for more plans for magic items. Possibly for the rebuilding of Phandelver to build defenses, maybe walls, barracks, that kind of stuff. Defense towers from Nomengard with ballista, just in case whatever's on top of the mountain decides to come down and say hi.
And I do believe if we at least go partway or finish aiding Sibylla, then she seems to be, if not liked, then well respected in Prismy. So I can imagine if we get that done with, then some sort of Moonstone Dragon would be open to at least negotiating.
Possibly, yeah. Or we just may not encounter one at all. But if you think you're being followed in the Feywild and you can't quite pin it down, or you come across what appears to be mithril tears, literal mithril tears, on the ground, those are the tears of a Moonstone Dragon, apparently. Usually caused by crying laughter.
Amazing.
Just so you know.
That's the kind of person that I enjoy.
Yeah. Literal crying, mithril tears of laughter.
Yeah. Essentially. The other last interesting bit of information about Moonstone Dragons is that they are common. There's a lot of common myths about them. One of which is that they watch over and protect the dreams of especially pure-hearted children, which does seem to have some basis in fact, because they are known to have the ability to dream walk. So
And the child thing would carry over into Prismy because, as we already knew, children are
the children. Yeah,
they are protected,
yeah.
but they also never age, which has been hinted at as they're like a refuge from any kind of abusive
danger
situations.
Yeah.
So it carries through.
It does,
in theme.
And they're known to chase basically the nightmares away of the children that they come across.
That's very sweet.
So they're kind of mirthful and playful and trickstery, but at the same time also somewhat benevolent on the side of things. They tend to err on benevolence rather than violence, which is obviously always good when you're dealing with a dragon. But yeah, that's largely the brunt of the information that I found out. So they're going to be a good way of getting us home, potentially. And yeah, just interesting information all around. Never really heard of a Moonstone Dragon until I started looking into it.
Me neither, but hey, good work, research team, and I hold up a high five for him.
He high fives.
He high fives, absolutely, yeah.
Oh. So.
Right.
So what are you doing tomorrow when we're getting started? We have till a sundown, or at least I assume it's similar plan to last time. We're just plucking ourselves middle of the woods and just wherever it feels like I don't know. Like you have like your portal thing, and Kit, you have your kitty senses.
The best thing I think, like we did last time, we tried to just head in a little bit. Now we're kind of like we're still far removed, so we need to travel first to the edge.
How would it?
I would say we go into the forest. The only thing is that we have the horses with us.
Yeah, woodsy man. How does horse travel in woods work?
Oof, not fast.
We're moving at walking speed, basically, aren't we?
Yeah, basically we have to take them probably most of the parts by the reins. Depends if there are small animal paths we can ride, but it really depends on the density. The edges of the Neverwinter wood aren't that dense, but it starts like we saw also last time. It can get quite rough. At least I can help a little bit with when it comes to that. At least the forest, it can navigate us around the toughest parts, but still, it's with the horses. We're not necessarily going to be faster. So I'm thinking we should just take them with us, because otherwise we have to leave them behind.
That wouldn't really work, as well as whatever else we're carrying. Like I wouldn't be able to carry a lot of stuff without Duke Deck, and also who knows how the land is gonna be like in Prismere. It could be like steppe-esque and like not really. Yeah, it could. Yeah, best case we're taking the horses, I think.
So yeah, and otherwise I think we just try to make our way in as least as far as I know that how far I can sense a portal. But I think for the first part we have to rely primarily on I think
Kitty sense.
Get the feeling, get the general feeling, and then when we get closer I can try to find it.
Yeah.
Now what's the plan in the carnival? Like straight heading there? Are we like
well, we've got
partially in the
We've got until the end of the carnival, but we know the time in the Feywild moves differently to time not in the Feywild. And the Prismere is a pocket of the Feywild, not necessarily the Feywild. So
yeah, the Feywild
theory,
is made up of multiple pockets. So yes, it would be one of the.
So in theory, as long as we get to the mirrors before the end of the carnival, like last time that we tried to go through, then we will get through the mirror no problem. So we've got several hours, so to speak. We can skip by the stuff, have a look, reconnect with some of the people we haven't seen because we missed the last two, I think. One. We definitely missed one.
Two.
I think we missed two in total. And reconnect with them, tell them we're going into the Prismia to try and find out what's going on with Zybilna. Rescue her, perhaps.
Yes.
At least
see if there's any new stance, like the fortune teller that could be helpful.
Yeah. And just remind ourselves of all the other stuff. Obviously, there were several people asking us to search for their missing children, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yes,
Silver.
yes.
We have their ball.
Yeah.
Right. We have to find the displacer beast.
Yep.
Yes.
But just from a tactics combat perspective, I have a couple of new toys. If at any point someone needs to cross a decent distance, around 100 feet, I can teleport you if you choose to be willing.
Oh, I have something like that too. Is it where you leave like a huge like thunder behind you and like poof explosion?
No.
I have the more violent version.
I have the more violent version too.
She says gleefully.
But I can, for example, if Lion was 40 feet to my left and needed to be 50 feet to my right, 90 feet in total, I can teleport him and only him.
Ooh, that's different, but also very useful.
But I can do the Thunderstep version as well, where I grab hold of someone and kaboom as I leave.
Yeah. And Alex was also awesome enough to borrow me like a book of hate. So like that was fun to experience. So now I know it too.
Yep.
That's gonna be fun.
Yep.
And on the less violent sides, I made sure to well, I wouldn't really call it a mistake, but like one of my deficiencies since I last had healing magic, like I got myself some supportive healing magic if needed.
Well, I think we have an abundance of basic healing at least now.
Yeah, but in combat,
yeah,
like
of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's like more of like a time thing radius. Like I don't really target, no target thingy. Like, hey, you're nearby, and I have to spell up. You're getting healing. You're getting healing. You're getting healing.
Cool. Sounds.
Any
good.
other secret toys?
Not so much new things. Only I've been training a little bit more with Dog, and I feel like, well, first of all, he should be all the time around, which is a plus. But he should help me out a little bit with the on both the fire and the healing side when he's around. And this shiny new thing, and I will show the sickle to everyone.
Ooh.
Thank you, Alana, again.
Finally got round to fulfilling the gift in full.
It's it was worth the wait. Yeah, definitely. This should also help with healing.
It catches the last sliver of moonlight of the very thin moonlight sickle in the sky.
So otherwise, not much like new stuff on my side, at least.
It looks like we are pretty well equipped. At least the most that we could be.
Yep, I think so.
One thing that I do want to try to, when we're in the carnival, actually, or well, that's where I got it from, the carnival or the person in general. I definitely noticed it when with your new gift also, Ilana, there's only when you have to like concentrate on like the items, some of these magic items that you have to kind of like make a connection to.
Mm-hmm.
I can only kind of do it to a couple, and I had to break that connection with the mantle, sadly, because there's this stone that is I'm still feeling the connection to, even though I tried to get
you cursed.
That sounds like a curse, yeah.
I mean,
if it's not letting go of your soul essence, essentially.
Yeah.
That's.
Is it something you do want to get rid of?
I mean, I've only used it once, but I didn't like what it did. The scream, the sound.
Right.
It also.
Do you think it's malignant or more like parasitic?
I'm
or more
not
just
sure.
attached.
I don't even know what both of these words mean. And
Yeah.
the difference
Okay.
Malignant would be something that's growing, something parasitic, something that's feeding on you.
Abel, please take
calm
100
down, nerds.
XP. That was brilliant.
And attached to you would just be something you can't let go of, effectively, even though you want to, like a sword you couldn't put down.
It feels like that one.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. It doesn't feel like it's taking anything from me.
Okay.
It's just
but still something you can't get rid of your own accord.
Yeah. And I figured because it was like this other things, all the trinkets that we got.
Yeah.
That I just need to trade it for something else, but I don't want to trade it with any of you. Not because I don't like you, just because I.
Well, we're about to go to a carnival where you could choose to trade it with someone else and pass the burden.
Or trade it as style, like that also works, I think.
Or Alagos does have the ability to remove curses. He could attempt to do that, but not today because he doesn't have it prepared. He would highlight.
I mean, I wasn't sure if it. I'd never really brought it up because I wasn't sure if it was a curse necessarily. But maybe. I like I said, I haven't tried to trade it with anyone because we didn't get the opportunity to. So I was just figuring that's the first thing I'd try. Otherwise, if it doesn't really want to let go, it seems I will have to find another way, and maybe the remove curse is an option.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Removing curse may or may not work, based on the fact that it's a fade thing that's been traded to you. And it may just need to be traded, like you say. Malagos is a little reluctant to trade it away before finding out if he can just remove the curse, if there is one. Because then he wouldn't be committing that burden to someone else unwillingly.
Also, I mean, it doesn't really feel good like trading it. I would trade it with someone, but tell them everything that I know from it, so that they don't, like trade for something that they maybe also not necessarily want.
So what does the stone actually do for you?
I mean, I do get the feeling I get a little bit of protection from it.
Okay.
Like, I don't get hit with javelins so often. Still happens, but.
Are you sure? Or is it just making you think that?
Well, after that.
And it's gonna take out her shiny new javelin. You wanna try?
Get the thing away.
Don't worry.
PTSD instantly, I imagine.
Yeah. I'm refraining from turning into big hairy spiders on your account, so please.
I know. I'll stop. I apologize.
Lion looks actually shaken.
Now I feel bad.
No. And yeah, I can chuck it at people, and then it does a horrifying scream thing, and then it disappears, but appears in my pocket the next day.
Does it like do damage? Does it like psychically fuck you up? Like what?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily. It didn't do anything with me. With the scream, it did. Like when either one of you identified it, it
could honestly be either one of us. Like if it was early on, both of us.
That's why I keep it general. It did say that the scream would hurt something, but otherwise it doesn't really constantly hurt me or anything. No.
That's. Well, it sounds at least that it's not like. Yeah, it's not currently. I don't know. Sentient in a way that it wants to fuck you up. More like, oh, you are mine currently, and I won't leave. I'll appear in your pocket whenever you use me. So let's see if this is actually something to actually worry about, instead of just being a possessive thing that, hey, we can maybe... it's not great, but we can do something about it instead of destroy.
No, I don't necessarily need to. I just wanted to kind of like use some of the other things that I either bought or you guys gave me, but currently I struggle a little bit between that. That's it.
Yeah, no, if it's bothering you, sure. Do whatever. Yeah, I'll be there. Do whatever you need. I don't have remove curse, but I can hold your hand.
I mean, that always helps, but yeah, that's it. That's all I needed to add to this making plans stuff.
What about you, kid? You have whenever you're in town, like in big cities, you disappear for a while. Like what were you up to?
Well, you can see Kit currently with a little chef's hat on by by the campfire cooking something.
Has Kit ever been a good cook? Like genuinely,
It has never like cooked. However, that's what the week in town was for, or however long we spent in town.
You spent your time in the kitchens, apparently, and this time not just eating
bars,
the food.
And the bars and the pubs and the taverns and the inns.
I'm curious, what made you? I mean, you always like food, of course. Food is food. What made you want to learn to cook?
Well, no offense to Lion, but good berries all the time are just kind of, and rations are boring.
I replaced them with these beads. They are much better than berries, right?
Tasteless bead of nothing.
Huh?
It's like...
You guys complain about the sour taste of berries. You're getting a bead.
Do you know what the problem with berries and beads is?
Put it like that. I don't want to eat your berries, you know.
There's no leftovers. That's the problem with beads and berries.
Oh, Ilana is like shuffling food galore.
Not galore. But she's eating her fair share.
Yeah, but she went from barely eating
She did.
to eating like Kit.
Yes.
One does not comment on a lady's eating habits unless it's worrying, so you eat.
Exactly.
Yes.
She says, taking the second bowl.
Just shut his mouth.
Now we're having honey cured meat.
Ooh.
Oh, do you want to do the pie eating contest then this time, Ilana?
Is that a question?
Or the cupcake eating contest, much rather.
I'm slightly concerned as to why you use the word or instead of and.
I don't know what's listening to what comes out of my mouth, so I don't know.
Both is the answer.
Okay.
Impressive.
Why not? I denied myself the last 2 times.
Yeah, well, I'll cheer for you. I know Kid has enough.
I have no
eating
chance.
contest
I have
won.
no chance of winning, but I'll
Hey,
happily.
I won
compete.
last time. I won, so you know.
Yeah, you've got a chance of winning. I don't.
You've been. It's good food. Why not enjoy it?
Exactly, and that's what I will be there doing. Enjoying.
Mm-hmm.
So, in case you've just been learning cooking.
I mean, I was boozing it up with some other people, but yeah, the cooking's the main thing.
Why are you such a jock? What did I do? But I'm happy to hear that you had fun.
And that's the most important part.
Yeah,
Yes.
we got some lovely chunks of meat, little glaze of honey and some salt.
Ooh, that sounds
I'm
good.
not complaining.
Like anything that has the word glaze in it, like does sounds nice. Don't joke. I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm just continuing your berries. It's on theme today. It's on theme.
Alright, okay, I see. I'm going into the circus like this, okay, gotcha.
I mean, we're going into the carnival. Why not be clowns?
I mean,
Fair. Fair and valid.
So, you guys, planning. You have 18 minutes before the session is over.
Planning. Let's just get there first.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anything else always just doesn't go the way we plan anyway. As much as I would love to have a foolproof plan, the best plan is that tactically in combat we stick together.
I meant planning on how to get to the freaking carnival to begin with.
Yeah, well,
you guys
let's just get
way
there.
outside at the moment.
Yeah, we need to get moving early.
None of us have the ability to vastly travel distances short of walking it. So the second Kit feels a pinch of which direction to go in, we start heading in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's our plan.
And I can look for portals, but they need to be relatively close, and I can only do that a certain amount of time. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when we're getting closer, it's more like a pinpointy thing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm only going to use that if we are already kind of in the right direction.
For sure, makes no sense. Yeah. I mean, Kit, you were pretty good like the past few times, but it was more like a general direction, very useful at the beginning. Then pinpointing, switching over to Lions, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Teamwork.
The last time was kind of a rush, but let's see.
I doubt that this one will be any different. Just be careful with your horses, guys.
Yeah.
We haven't had them for long, and we're going straight through a forest with roots.
Yeah, just probably as a rule of thumb, don't gallop.
Yeah,
that's inadvisable.
Trying to ride a horse is insanity
I'm also
anyway.
saying branches. Yeah, most of it, like I said, for the first part towards the forest, we can do it. The first parts of the edges, we can still kind of do it, but trot, and then we just have to take them by the reins.
I mean, we have, if I remember correctly, last time that we arrived later than the start time, so we went we didn't have the whole time in the carnival. So even if we are a bit late, by like an hour or two or so, the portal won't close, right?
True, but the only thing is that we do need to still take some time to actually find.
Of course, yeah, but in worst case scenario.
Yeah. So I would honestly advise, also with our plans when we're there, try to keep those to a minimum. Just reconnect, maybe gather some last points of information. If there's time for pie, there's time for pie, but I think otherwise we would need to occupy ourselves with getting into it. Also, if we're going into the mirror hall, we're talking about taking the horses to the carnival.
Yeah, last time we had a stable Mateo
We stabled them at
beforehand.
the entrance, didn't we?
Exactly. Well, no, we asked the what's his name? This guy with the pumpkins. Did he take care of him?
No, the Mateo was stabled at the entrance because we did the gifts.
Yeah, you just had stables at the entrance.
Right.
That what are you thinking about is the first time that we went there,
first time
because
we
then we
went.
didn't take.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the
sorry.
first time. Like some tiny little pixie was sent off to do that job, I think. But the second time we took Mateo with us in there, had to stable him like at the entryway. But I mean, from the last 2 times that we saw, like during the end rush, people don't really care what you're doing, or at least when it's in a big top. When they're at a big top, that's when we can do it. Like get our horses and go.
It's just maneuvering our horse through the mural is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
How skittish are your horses?
They're war horses. They should be fine.
Oh yeah, no, Duk Duk's got a spina seal.
Yeah.
Spina seal.
Is that like a lot of things Alagos have been telling me about horse riding lately, the horse is only nervous if you are. So don't be nervous. I know that's exceedingly difficult, Feline.
Hey, I'm getting better.
You're getting better, exactly, yeah.
You are.
But yeah,
it'll be fine.
Maybe that's the best idea when there's everyone is in the big top. We just casually take our horses, and if someone asks, we just pretend it's part of the act.
Yep. Or we leave them at the entrance. Who knows?
Yeah.
Preferably not, but we'll see.
Yeah. I think they may be more of a hindrance if we take them with us.
What about big guy kid?
Big guy?
Mm-hmm.
Big guy's back at home.
Big guy's at home.
I didn't take him with.
And big guy's at home.
Fair enough.
Big guy's protecting your home, like pick up the slack.
Yeah. He knows what to do.
Yeah.
He protect Cave.
Good little nephew. Like grandma's got the reins on him. First great grandkid.
Okay, I mean, I think so far so good. We just get up early tomorrow and ride out.
Good on that. How are you guys doing with like we don't really have that much to worry about, but food like everything. But then Sline's got this whole thing too. But like for the horses, if it works out with the horses, do you guys have enough feed on you? Like I don't worry about you, Alagos. You're veteran at this. I mean, do you guys got enough horse feed?
It's a very good question. Probably not.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Looked at the saddlebags.
Yeah, like I keeping track of mine, I still had like 10 days worth back at home, but that was like for Mateo, since I left that back there for, to take care of Mateo. And I have like 15 on me currently. So I can share if you need some. And like horses can eat grass, but who knows what kind of grass is in the Feywild.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if it's gonna be sentient grass.
Feed in the circus.
Yeah.
I don't have so much with me.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I was just figured we'd better ask. I'd better ask.
Yeah,
And if we don't have enough, if we can get the horses with us, and we have enough rations, on the other hand, we can give some nourishment to the horses.
The beach should work for the horses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got like 6 days of feed.
Yeah, I'm at 5.
Works. Yeah. I got plenty of rations to divide amongst us, instead of beads of nourishment for the horses as well. Like, should be fine. Just figured I'd ask first.
It's. I think combining will also be a good idea to try to stock up in the circus if they have some.
Yeah.
I don't know if they exactly have rations. They're more of like novelty food, don't they?
Well, they have the stables at the entrance,
They
so
have stables. They have animals.
yeah.
True.
They probably have
So
stuff that you can buy. it might be unconventional, but it might still be good enough nourishment for a horse. So.
Yeah, I can see that. All right. I think that's all my questions. Unless you guys have any more ideas or discussions to have.
Nothing for me. We'll find out more when we get to the prisoner.
Definitely.
Not necessary for the plans. I just let's just say that Lion did tell everyone just about what happened with Melfir, so I'm not going to go over all that. Just it's more for when we get back. But yeah, let's try to focus on this now. Then afterwards, we might need to come up with a plan to sort of do with the dragon. But just Elana, your idea of creating a pocket for it, it is an idea, but
yeah, I'm not sure how well it'll fare being in the Feywild.
Yeah, and then there's also no debt paid, because then basically you could interpret that as it's getting off.
It's getting trapped as well. Potentially it might see it as a trap rather than an offer of a house. Yeah.
That's also...
the short answer is they're intelligent beings. We can probably put it this way, if it's got a choice between paying some kind of reparations and or dying, and then killing 2 of us in order for us to try and make that happen, I would happily take the reparations over 2 of us dying and it dying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to think of some ways. I think in the end, if we have a couple of options, we can. I don't think we can necessarily persuade it. We do have to show it that we mean business.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
It would. I think the general idea is, for me at least, there's a couple of ways that it could. I just need to figure them out. But in the end, that it can also, it might also be able to choose.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important part.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we have a long travel time, I'll bore all you guys with those ideas.
Yeah, you listen to me ramble, I'll listen to you ramble. Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo.
Too many fancy words, honestly.
I didn't understand those 3 words as well. But...
I had a long time in the library. It's still very academically inclined right now.
It's the wrong crowd that you're in.
I know I have to code switch. Sorry.
What switch?
Code switch. Okay.
Okay, never mind.
Furious typing from Shinny.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a depiction of Moondial.
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 The only other exciting information to share with Andy is that the library doesn't have a library space yet, but a lot of the books Alagos used to research the dragons of the Feywild, he actually purchased as well. So
that's a very smart decision.
There's already a sizable library accumulating in Phandelver. And it's 5 to 7 now, so I won't go through this week's week 10 of rebuilding Phandelver, but I'll post it as per usual in the channel with a summary of what's changing.
Oh, please.
And if anybody, I think Kit, you invested some money in building some farms, or you were going to invest in building some farms? Is that still accurate?
I was going to,
okay.
But I don't think we've actually had the time.
You didn't actually get to Phandelver, did you? Because I do know that like you did have it in one of the OC week summaries.
I suppose what Kit could have done is given Alana because I believe she discussed it before we went off to deal with the rats.
Yeah.
And the orcs.
So
I imagine a price would have been set, and Kit would be able to send the money back with Alana.
Yeah, because this was a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, basically give the go ahead for like, hey, like set aside these farms for experimental crop production.
Yeah, because this was like shortly after we dealt with the Red Wizard. Sponsoring a farm to produce raw materials to start brewing drinks, hops, grains, fruits, potatoes, vegetables, etc. So that was a while
Looks
ago.
like it's a nerd after all, culinary sciences.
I don't know what you're on about. I'm just bankrolling.
Becoming a cook now. So if Shinny's happy with that, Ilana would have just made the arrangements for the farm production to start. And essentially farm production with Kit's money, essentially. So can you remember how much you put into it?
I don't think there was an established price at the time.
Yeah. It boils down to what kind of quality farm you want. What I will do is farm.
I do seem to remember. I think there was something about like the brewery.
Yeah.
And I decided to go for like the fine.
Sounds about right. There's the farm qualities that you've got. And then as far as breweries go, those are the breweries. So you let me know what you want to invest.
I think that's the thing. I think I've already invested in the brewery, and it's in the like.
Let me double check the notes. I might have put it in for a future week when it was starting, which might have been week 10.
Because I think it was like it was going to take like 4 weeks.
Oh yeah, Kit's Superior Brewery.
Superior, that was it.
But nothing to do with farms.
Right.
Because I don't think you.
I don't think I had the funds to do both of them.
Yeah.
Farms
are relatively
looking at
cheap,
chat. Yeah. Looking at chat, yeah, level brewery superior and bought 4 weeks before it's running, and that was stated on the 12th of December. I don't know when it's running, but superior.
Well, it only starts construction in week 10, which is the week we've just skipped through, effectively. So it'll be
like 3 more weeks of building, right?
11, 12.
Yeah. Because we
be
can always
at the end of week 13, so that's 10th of March.
Yeah, because what we can do is we can always just buy the raw ingredients
in the meantime
to experiment, and then find out which ones work sort of best,
and then plant those. But yeah, keep in mind autumn will be over, so you'll only be planting for next season.
Yeah,
at that point.
But that gives us time. That gives us time to research
and prepare and build the farms in time for spring. Yeah.
Anyway. Solemn calm session. Favorite moments?
My favorite moment actually was the Melville resolution. Like, it was very sweet with Adabra. Yeah, I found it very sweet.
Mm-hmm. Could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. But yeah.
That's why I didn't want to propose to Ghost to his grave until he said it. I was like, maybe let's not start with that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed getting to go on a booze cruise around Neverwinter and making contacts and
Yeah.
But the I enjoy seeing what everyone's downtime activities are.
You certainly drank a lot of stuff, huh?
Well, once he figures out what the Feywild wine is, Ilana can mass produce it.
Yeah.
Make a fortune
Revelation.
and everyone will wonder how we produce it.
Because
it's like, oh, sorry, we're out. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Like,
Well,
how
his
is
mission is to make the best Fey wine ever.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Even better than in the Feywild.
Yeah.
So
that's a glowing ambition to aim for.
That's a glowing
100%.
ambition to have like Archface basically. Oh yeah, this is the place where we go for Fey wine.
Yeah. They've had like eons to do that, to refine it.
Yeah.
Randomly, Phandelver gets attacked in the future, and unfortunately the attackers aren't aware that the Archfey Inner Circle is hosting their annual best
Not only that,
wine
but
production.
they're like, this is their to-go favorite Fey wine source, and they're very like miffed about that potentially being endangered.
Yep. And the attackers are running through the woods towards the giant welcome banners across the gates of Phandelver that say the 37,000th annual Feywine Festival.
Like the high quality food always is highly fucking political. Like this is a mess that you step into.
My favorite moment was Lion going, huh? What do those words mean?
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was really good.
You don't throw words at me like what was it?
Malignant or parasitic.
I mean, I as a person do know what they mean. Lion
of course.
He's fairly intelligent, but he doesn't understand big words.
But he's wise. That's
he's
like
he's wise.
He's wise.
Book smart from like
Not
oh,
book
what's
smart,
definitely the difference between malignant and parasitic. I know that
this is totally Andy not having code switched yet. Like literally got done with a bunch of research.
Did Matt? No, Matt said already the.
Matt said I think Chris you didn't yet, right?
I quite like the present giving bit. I quite like the reunification and reminiscing of Tiny. And the fact that we are returning here not that long after having left in the grand scheme of things with powers beyond anything we hoped we could achieve. Also some shadow demons lurking somewhere, but it's fine, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. And so another secret extra thing that's anywhere. That we're gonna find out.
You can be betting Alagos's first spell next combat is darkness.
Oh god,
and his verbal component is going to be "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
That's already going to be my favorite moment.
I was so tempted to have him actually exchange, like, do a trade with Narcillion. But I'm just too fond of Narcillion having that thing. Because Avo is like, because the visceral reaction that Avo had to it when he saw it. I was like, oh god.
Get this fucking berserk thing away from me, no.
Maybe you should trade with Kit. Kit would be delighted to have it.
Quite possibly not.
Well, if it takes over a...
she literally has 3 aberrations traveling in her shadow.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Matt, I didn't ignore you. You just didn't have contact with them. They don't talk with you. You know. They just hang out in your shadow.
That's got to change. I'm gonna force them to commune with me.
That's okay. The next time we see Kit, he's gonna have drunk another drink me potion, which gets rid of his shadow. And then they'll be stuck.
Aww.
Then they'll be gone.
They'll be stuck somewhere, wherever his shadow's gone.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to run. I'm
cool.
All right.
A little bit late to something.
Yeah.
And see you guys in a week.
All right. See you guys in a week. Have a good night.
See you in a week.
Yeah.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Good night.
Bye.